7 o'clock. It's Wednesday, Doug. Let's do this.
Where's Tim? Where is he? Who's got Tim? Where is he?
Here come the texts.
Okay, I guess he's still on vacation. Wow. What is this, like 3 days now?
Still. Still. It's a week. Take a week off. It's
okay.
fine.
Yes, it's fine.
Doug's here. Martin's here. Jackson's here. The chairman, Kurt, is here. Wayne will be here at 9 o'clock. And, of course, you throughout the show, texting into the show. We love to share this day, this experience with the people that are listening, Doug. We appreciate them, even when they're sideways with us.
Well, I think so, yeah.
My wife was asking yesterday, how'd the show go? I said, it was great. You know, we got called morons, boobs, old.
Yeah.
She says, does that ever get tiring?
Same old stuff.
No, it's kind of part of the drill. So be part of the show. Of course, as always, you're welcome to dive in and call us morons, boobs, olds, you name it. We're here for that. It's a foggy Wednesday out there. Be careful driving. We didn't have power for about 4.5 hours last night.
Really?
I was scheduled to be off in the evening. I got home, and they said there's no power. Sitting in the dark till about 9:30.
I guess a considerable storm rolled through north part of the area?
I think some trees got knocked down in the wind. But I have to say, we are spoiled. Doug and I were talking about this generation versus previous generations before the show. And we were sitting there, and the kids were like, well, when's the power coming on? And we just expect, like, snap. And I said, I bet you anything in a third world country, this power that's out here in West County, you might have to wait like a week if you lived in a small country that just didn't have the resource.
Yeah, if you have it at all.
You might have to wait. Remember in Puerto Rico, it was like months and months.
I know.
They were without power. So, shout out. Is it Union Electric, Doug, that they're up there on the towers? Is that the
Ameren
local?
these days.
Oh, it's Ameren, okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ameren for getting the power and the workers that are out there after the storm. But we didn't have power for about 4.5 hours. 1 year in a cabin, Doug, we didn't have water for a whole week. The water went out.
Oh, gosh. That's almost worse than no power.
It's worse. I'm going to tell you. You don't realize it, how often you walk by the sink, wash your hands, use the restroom, take a shower.
Yeah.
Walking around in the dark, a little flashlight, it's fine.
Yeah, what'd you do when you can't use the bathrooms?
It was during the wintertime, and you could go out and shovel snow, and you could bring it in and dump it into the toilet, and it would force the water down.
Really?
It was a little prehistoric. So I would say I could live without power for quite a while. Water, can't make it.
Without power, you worry about all the meat in the freezer. Oh, we're going to lose it all.
They say not to open the fridge.
Yeah.
Right. Keep the...
Went and picked up some food because I said, nobody open the fridge. And then the kids are like, hey, do we have any? No, open the fridge. Screaming at everybody.
Padlock it.
Have you ever had to, like, make breakfast on the barbecue grill out in the back?
Never had to.
We've done that.
Because the power was out for a while?
Yeah.
I want to say in the summer of 2006, I was living in the city, and it must have been 4 or 5 days because I was sleeping in the basement where it was nice and cool. And I could hear people, like, protecting their property, pitch black, middle of the night, and you would hear people in the alley scream, who's that? Who's there?
Like Escape from New York.
Yes.
I wonder if that's what it was like everywhere, like 100 years ago, 150 years
Who's
ago.
back there?
Don't forget.
Every single night, you couldn't get any kind of decent rest because you're out back. Get. You over there. Get.
Go on, get.
That's when you take shifts, you know. Someone stays up, keeps watch.
And everybody's got a gun these days. So I feel like even 19 years ago, I feel like people were on their back porch in the city kind of protecting their goods.
Well, you probably it'd be a good idea to do that every night in the city.
In general. Yeah.
I have to think like 100 years from now, we won't have all these telephone poles and wires everywhere. Sometimes you look outside on the streets and you think, you know, that's kind of the same way they did it 100 years ago. That leaves you vulnerable to losing power when the wires and the poles are all out there in the weather.
Yeah.
You get new neighborhoods. When they build a neighborhood of new houses, there's no wires, there's no telephone
They bury
poles.
them.
Yeah. I know that would be a monumental project to bury everything now.
Yeah.
I just wonder how they're going to deal with that in the future so that cars don't drive into telephone poles and wires don't fall and electrocute people and the power goes out. There's got to be a solution somewhere in the future, right?
Then you'd have states like Florida and California, for the most part, where you probably can't bury a lot based on the water table.
Yeah.
Water table.
Well, it's like in
Good
South
water
Florida.
table. No,
basements.
shout out to the water table reference.
Yeah, thank you.
I wonder if they'll
see that
ever be
coming.
able, this might be a really stupid scientific question, probably is, if they'll ever be able to move electricity like we do Wi-Fi without the wires.
That's interesting. Now, if you could come up with an idea for that, we could market that.
Oh, yeah, you'd make a few billion.
I think we could, yeah. I think we could really have something there.
Yeah.
I think they're slowly working on getting everything underground.
For sure.
And then we complain about the lane being closed. Oh, what's this?
Yeah,
Oh,
fiber
they're
optic.
working?
Yeah.
God.
I tried to grow petunias, and I hit a wire. Tell the
you?
whole neighborhood, no. But that'll be the next complaint. The
You gotta
wires are
call.
underground, and you dig, and then
You
you
got to
break the
call.
wire.
Remember, what is the
yeah.
line? Before you dig.
Dig, I don't know,
It used to
1-800
be real
dig.
catchy. Yeah, real catchy. And then they would mark your yard with all the flags and let you know. You don't know how much is underneath there until they come and flag your yard.
Right.
That's Doug Vaughn. Jackson's here talking water tables. Kurt will take your calls. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text line. Want you to be part of the show. If you didn't stay up late, we didn't have that power. And by the time the power came back on, Doug, I went to bed.
Oh, did you? You gave up on the Redbirds.
I just needed a little rest. And I said, you know what? I got Sonny Gray on the mound. He might go 5 innings even. I said, we're good. Got this. Cards win last night. Do you know after 92 games, they've played 92. Record of 49 and 43. What do you think the record was a year ago after 92 games?
Oh,
How
I
do
don't
you
think it was that good.
compares?
They kind of came on late last year, didn't they, to get back up to second place? Or
What do you think? So right now they're 49 and 43. At this point a year ago, and I didn't remember. But how did you feel about last summer? They were, okay, right.
How about 45 and 47?
They were 48 and 44. They are one game better, Doug. This breakout
Progress.
season.
Okay.
This breakout season, they are a game better than a year ago. The Cubs did lose. So you're 5.5 back. You're a game and a half back in the wild card. You are good. You. When they win, we say we.
Yeah.
But you guys, they're good at home. 10 games over, 27 and 17.
I think they're just going to have to tell Sonny Gray that you're going to have to pitch every game. I'm sorry, but
I
we
don't
need
think
you
he's
out
gonna
there
like that.
every night. It's the same thing I told Kevin Grush when I was managing Little League. I said, I know you're 10 years old and you'd like to use that arm later in life, but we need you, Kev. You get back out there and you pitch the 4th game of this tournament.
Do you ever get the parents of Kevin saying, you're ruining my son's arm?
3rd game of the day. You got to go back out there.
Well, he was the best we had.
ERA of 7.
I was in it to win it.
Sure.
And if the Cardinals are truly in it to win it, Sonny Gray is going to have to take the ball almost every night the rest of the way, unless they can build up some cushion.
Well, they are 10 games over when he pitches, but he doesn't always pitch every 5th day, Doug. We're going to get into
Right.
that. This is interesting because Oli Marmol was on KMOX. He does a Tuesday visit, a lengthy Tuesday visit, and he was asked about Sonny not pitching against the Cubs, which, to your consistent point, Doug, all the games matter, as opposed to just trying to win a series.
Mm-hmm.
Would you argue that games against the Cubs, a 7-game showdown over the course of a week and a half, does have more meaning than games against Cleveland
Oh,
or
absolutely.
Cincinnati? Okay.
Because when you're chasing a team, every game really counts too. You know, if you're 1 game out
Right.
and you lose, now you're 3 games out instead of 1 game out.
We're
So
going
they
to
really count too.
We're going to dig in on that topic a little bit because he went from June 12th to June 21st between starts. Now, there was a rain out in there, Doug, so you need a little extra time off. We're going to get into that topic because when Sonny Gray pitches, not always deep into a game, last night 5 innings. I think he said he ran out of gas. They had about a 2.5-hour delay, 2 hours, 20 minutes. But they are 14 and 4 in Sonny Gray starts. ESPN has given out their grades as well, Doug, for
Okay.
all the baseball teams. Do you have a wager? I'll tell you right now, the Cubs are at an A-.
Yeah, I would think.
The Brewers are at B+.
Brewers look pretty good right now.
And how do they do it?
Well, they just brought up a pitcher that looks like
The Miz.
Yeah, looks like he could be the next big thing.
He threw a 97-mile-per-hour slider. Not a cutter, but a slider.
And he's
More
like
movement.
he's like 7 feet tall.
It really can, but a call-up like that, and the Cardinals saw it late in 2013, Michael Walker. I'm telling you, a call-up, it can kind of energize the whole team.
Yeah. Michael Walker also tall, downward plane.
Oh yeah, that was the narrative on him. Anytime he pitched, well, he's got that downward plane. He was the only guy they would ever say that about. Like he was the first guy that was ever a tall pitcher.
But they used to have a season that was special, and you would point to Willie McGee got called up, energized the team. Vince Coleman got called up. Terry Pendleton arrived on the scene. You would have these calls. So I think in Milwaukee that is something that's happening right now, the young pitcher. But the Cardinals' grade is a B, and it says the St. Louis Cardinals have been a minor surprise.
Yeah.
Minor surprise, perhaps even to the Cardinals themselves. St. Louis is viewing this as a rebuilding year of sorts. I like that part. A rebuilding year of sorts, Doug.
What are they rebuilding? What parts are they using that's really rebuilding anything?
Well, the rotation with all those young guys.
All the old guys.
No, they're
you got
young.
a bunch of mid to late 30s guys. That's rebuilding?
But even the review, which gives them a B, says a rebuilding year of sorts. Nobody really knows what to make of it. Not that the Cardinals ever hit rock bottom and start completely over. They had a hot May, winning 12 of 13 at one point, but the offense has been fading of late with those 3 straight shutout losses to Pittsburgh, 6 shutout losses since June 25th. The starting rotation doesn't generate a lot of swing and miss, with both Eric Fetty and Miles Michaelis seeing their ERAs starting to climb. Brendan Donovan is the team's only all-star rep, and that kind of sums up this team. Solid, but without any star power. That might foretell a second-half fade, according to your friends at ESPN.com.
Speaking of those shutouts to the Pirates, did you see after the Pirates shut out the Cardinals 3 times in a row, the Pirates then got shut out 3 times in a row by Seattle? Haven't won a game since. Pirates have not won a game since they swept the Cardinals.
Baseball's a weird
Lost
sport.
5 in a row. Yeah, it is. It changes just drastically. Your whole opinion of the team can change just in a couple of days.
Oh, my God. They could go on a hot home stretch, be 2 games out of first place and in the spot in the wild card, and our conversation next week will be totally different during the All-Star
We
break.
love what they've done with this club. Every move they've made is great. They're only a game and a half out of the wild card spot.
Right. I mean, they're still very much in striking distance. But as Martin said, as Doug said, is Sonny Gregg has to start every single game?
He does. He has to start them all the rest of the way. And how many would
I'd
that
be
be?
okay with every 5th day.
He said they've played 92 minus 162.
You got 70 to go, an even 70
70
to go.
left. He could start 70 in a row. Counting last night, 71 straight.
So if you
Recreational Tommy John surgery.
So you'd like them to win 100. You always say if you can get to 100, you got a chance to really be special.
Yeah.
So they just need to go 51 and 19, and that'd get you 100 wins.
Yeah, that won't happen. I would think the way the wild card's shaping up, of course, things change in a hurry. But the last wild card team, San Francisco's got 51 wins, 2 more than the Cardinals. It would probably take mid-80s, high 80s, 88, 89, something like that.
Okay,
90?
so now you want to get to, let's call it 90, Doug. Let's say you want to at least get to 90.
Okay.
Okay, so now I got to go, you got to go 41 and 29. It's not unheard of, especially if Sonny's pitching every game.
Yeah.
You got a chance. Question, what the hell is the difference between A- and B+? Jackson, you're our resident teacher of sorts. You have a little bit of a teacher profile.
B+ is a lower grade. That's the difference.
Well, Chairman has an education background, but an A- be a 90, 92%.
But what is the difference? You think they're very similar? Like in college, you can get an AB.
An AB?
You ever get that?
I never got an AB.
No, you get a BC. Do you remember that?
BC?
It was a grading system.
What kind of crazy school
You could
did you
get
go
it,
to?
I'm telling you.
Man, this Marquette education.
Is this at Marquette being soft? You really got a C, but we want you to still spend the money on tuition,
Then
so
you
we'll
get
give
a
you a
CD.
B.
You're like, oh boy.
-8 degrees
Trending
outside
down.
will give you an AB.
Wake up! They aren't making the playoffs. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
We don't know
Too
that.
early to say, Doug.
Yeah, you don't know that. It seems every time we're come to the conclusion that this team just doesn't have it, that it's not going to work. They piece together 3 or 4 wins in a row, and the Cubs drop 1 or 2, and you think, it's too early, easy to give up.
I think
Can't do
you
that.
made the Pirates thing is such a great microcosm of it because before they shut out the Cardinals, they smoked the Mets. I mean, destroyed the Mets in the series. Then shut out the Cardinals, destroy that, and then get shut out by the Mariners and got
3 in a
nothing.
row, and now they've lost 5 straight.
Right. It's just a really odd game.
The Dodgers have lost 5 in a row.
Right. The Yankees lost 6 in a row last week or 2 weeks ago.
I think people are on board with Doug's idea. All Sonny Gray's at his win rate, 14 out of 18, because the Cards are 14 and 4 when he starts. This Cardinals club should have no problem hitting 100 if he can just grab that ball every night from here on out. That's from Dan, who's big and blonde, which is a new twist from Big Blonde Dan. By the way, is Arbor Day still banned, Doug? Because he went dark for a while.
Yeah.
But we would get these random texts from Flag Day and other special holidays, but it didn't seem to be a different number than Arbor Day, but they were different sign-offs.
Arbor Day got it 2 days, and I think he got a 10% tariff. So there should be some money coming in for us.
You guys want to take a stab at the record for the most starts by a pitcher in a single MLB season?
What year? How many years
18
ago?
and 84.
Okay, 18.
50.
Over.
Cy Young had to start about 80 games a year to get to 511 wins.
4 Nichols Brown, who made 80 starts.
It was 75 starts made by Pud Galvin.
Oh, yeah. I love the names back then.
And Will White and Pud Galvin. They started 75 games in 1884.
They had to just be like throwing batting practice speed, right?
You'd just have to think. Yeah, you'd have to think.
Because a guy could throw batting practice every night.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, who knows how many pitches they're throwing. But, yeah, 75 starts.
I wonder if he was like the only one who could get the ball over the plate. They said, we don't care how hard you're throwing, Pud. Forget the curveball, too. Just throw it over the plate. It had to be something like that.
Yeah. Cy Young started 815 baseball games. But in fairness, though, Nolan Ryan, who was obviously much more modern than Cy Young, started 773, and he's in second place.
But he had to pitch to 47 to do it.
Yeah, he sure did.
I bet Cy Young must have been old, too, when he was still pitching.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Wearing those dress shoes out there every time.
We're making the playoffs, baby. From the Caddyshack hack, he says, we're making the playoffs. Now they're divided, Doug. Season's over, team's going nowhere, and then we've got people saying, get on board, this team's going to make it.
Well, what's the upside in giving up and saying, we're no good, we're not going to make it, I don't believe this team? That it may all be true, but what do you get from giving up?
But Doug Armstrong was at that same moment, right at the All-Star break, thinking about trading, maybe perhaps open to trading Braden Shen, taking calls on Bennington, and trying to decide where are we going. Remember, Parayko gets hurt, and then they kind of just said, well, we'll see we'll see what happens. Maybe Army was listening to the show because he was thinking if we could just get hot.
I think the difference is the Blues had players that they could have traded that still had significant value. And I don't know that the Cardinals have the players that they would want to trade that are going to bring back a whole lot of value right now because they make so darn much money.
Right. You really don't have a move to make other than throw some younger guys in the rotation. My McGreevy tracker, I haven't gotten a lot of updates on Highway 55. Thought he might be at Dalhousie today, Simo, Lambert's. If you expect disappointment, you can't be disappointed. That's my reason.
That's a negative way to go through life.
That's from Lil Bearcats, who just turned 21 at Fast Eddie's.
But that's a horrible way to go through life. Just expect everything to go wrong for you. Poor Eeyore. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
If you expect disappointment, you can't be disappointed. Think about it.
I prefer
this year's slogan for the Cardinals.
I think I prefer Murphy's Law, which is anything that can happen will happen, which can be good or bad. You know?
The plumber says people love being depressed, Dougie. Gives them pity points. Are we handing out pity points?
I guess that must be it.
Okay.
I guess. And you also have to be realistic that, no, your team is not going to win the World Series every year. It doesn't mean the people running the team and the people playing are all dogs. It just means the other team's on scholarship, too. You're not going to win it every year, so you shouldn't walk around being depressed every year because your team is not in first place right now. No, I don't think I've had goat milk yogurt.
Just throw Wynn in the rotation. Somebody wants Mason Wynn in the rotation. Rotate between Mason Wynn and Sonny Gray back and forth. That's from Jamie's Vacation Speedo.
Well, one thing you have to realize is a lot of the starting pitchers are throwing just as hard as Mason Wynn throws.
Yeah. And they don't crow hop beforehand.
Yeah, it looks weird from a shortstop. Wow, what an arm. But a lot of those starting pitchers could throw just like that from short.
They asked him the other night during the blowout on Sunday night, what do you think you could touch right now? It was that point in the game where they were looking for random topics. Yeah. The half-hour inning where Wynn was mic'd up.
Mm-hmm. And didn't he say like 95 or so? I think he said 95.
Yeah, he said 95. Most successful sports teams are fans of the can't win, don't try strategy. Why not the Cardinals, too? Sports teams are fans of the can't win, don't try. I think he's saying you have to try to win. Kind of the Gretzky thing. If you don't put it on net, I think he's saying you have to try.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
I don't think
it's too bad the Cardinals don't have the pieces to make a hockey trade, Doug.
Well,
they could only make a hockey trade.
You never hear them say we're going to make a baseball trade.
trade.
Have you ever heard that in your life? No. Why is it just hockey?
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
Made it unique. They were unique in that way.
The unknown DJ said, Doug, you've had 7 takes since I assessed a 25% tariff on your takes. You currently owe me $1,750. Forms of payment or cash check or something in the mouth related.
Oh.
Yeah, these people. These people. Gosh.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Miles made the All-Star game. He's going to be pitching the home run derby. That's a joke we've seen a lot of.
We've had it a while.
Yeah.
Is it hockey season yet? That's from the 636. No, but we had Coach Monty on the show yesterday. He was a delight. You can always go back and listen. There's
was
a
a delight.
podcast of this show. I think he enjoyed it.
I just can't stand being a sports fan of a team, most of us around here for all our lives, and have such a negative feeling towards it, like, oh, I hope they lose. The team's going nowhere. I can't get there with you. I want them to do well. I keep thinking, well, maybe they'll win 7 or 8 in a row. It's not likely, but it could. And then you're right back in it. If they did that right now, they might be leading the division 7 or 8 in a row.
What if they win the next? They could win the next 5, Doug.
Yeah, even that, they'd be right there close.
Right, and I think it'd be one thing if, there wasn't going to be some transition, but John Mozeliak is, stepping down, fire Mozeliak. If they keep losing, they'll fire Mozeliak. He's already stepping down. You could maybe say that about Marmol, but, again, I get back to, fire the manager. What's really going to change?
I do think there's a great discussion. It's probably too early in the season because you have to let it play out. But if you're Chaim Bloom and now you're in charge next year, you're going to have a press conference eventually. What's the direction? What's the plan? What's your vision? Can he bring back the same manager? Now, if they win 90 games, sure. Even if people out there are saying, please make a change. Because typically, whether you're an athletic director or a president of a team, you kind of have, quote, your guy. Now, they may be best buddies at this point. I have no idea. But I think that's an interesting dilemma for Bloom moving forward when you say, what's the direction? And people say, what's the point of firing the manager if the team stinks or the roster stinks?
Right.
But I think his vision of who they are, but also marketing and selling change, I think that's going to come into play at some point. Guys, if the Cardinals tell Sonny he's pitching every game, then he might be open to a trade.
That's true.
Interesting model.
That's a good approach.
Kind of works on the Devers thing. It's like you're going to play first base. Okay, no.
Right.
No, I'll give you
Tell Gray to play first base.
And now Sonny Gray's to play. Now he has to catch.
Why is Martin so damn old? Why is Martin so damn old? That's from the 8:30 Recreator. So they're on the clock. They're about an hour away from their business. Nice to hear Doug and Martin talking sports. Yesterday we had the Blues coach, and then a minute later, this station never talks sports. Never talk sports. Gosh.
Just depends on when you tune in, I guess.
Yeah.
Guys, our bullpen will be exhausted if Gray pitches every game and clocks out after an hour of pitching. That's from the 618. He did say last night he ran out of gas.
Such a weird thing last night, though. It's a
2-hour delay.
9 o'clock start. I mean, can you remember a time in recent years, 9 o'clock start?
I mean, they weren't planning on that.
No, of course not. But, usually if that's going to be the case. But I get that they don't want the doubleheader. It really messed things up pitching-wise if they had to do a doubleheader. They'd probably have to bring McGreevy up early, the whole thing.
Boy, there weren't many fans there.
No.
It was really sparse.
As to be expected.
Yeah.
Well, the Michaelis start is Thursday. Maybe that's the biggest barometer of this season. If you're so frustrated with them just doing the same, and maybe he'll pitch decent. Maybe he'll give you 5 innings, 3 runs. But if he gets the old laser light show, fans will be like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
You're not serious about winning. Yeah. You're trotting out the same squad.
And that's a night game, right?
It is.
Yeah. Kind of be better if you could bury it in the 1:15.
Maybe an 11 a.m. start on Peacock. Guys, enough of the chit-chat and small talk. What's the latest with Tim? My family is worried sick. That's from Jake from State Farm.
He's just enjoying vacation.
His family's worried that Tim's on vacation, and he's not talking to them now.
Fine.
Morning, boys. Happy Wednesday. Don't screw it up. There's the old pep talk we were looking for. Don't screw it up.
I like that.
That was from Moe's Hidden Gem. Nikola Tesla was working on wireless power. There's a lot of people who said that early on. We were talking about putting the wires.
Tesla was working on wireless electricity.
A number of people wrote that in. Dig right is the number we're talking about. Somebody said call 811 if you are digging. Doug was saying he hits a wire. So we have a little bit of a public service announcement. Let's do this. We'll come back, get into this audio because, yes, the Cardinals won last night. Sonny Gray was on the mound. But the question was still sort of hanging out there after the weekend at Wrigley. How did they go 7 games against the Cubs without Sonny Gray, best pitcher, making one of those starts? Oli Marmol with a detailed answer on that, but also Eric Fetty, what are you going to do? And sort of, I think, a sub-layer to that, whose call is it? Does the manager get to say somebody's out of the rotation entirely if they're still on the roster when the front office picks the players? What do you say, Doug? We dig in on that.
Okay, all right.
We'll call ahead. We're going to dig right first. We'll do that. It's the Morning After brought to you by Brown and Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN.
Carpenter.
You had Michael Waka, Carlos Martinez, Shelby Miller. Remember all the arms, or Rosenthal? They're all coming up at once. What happened, Doug? What happened?
Well, they were good there for a while, and Waka's still going at it, isn't he?
It's unbelievable. He had a nice run.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to break down. He had a lot of injuries. The Hillside Hoosiers said, McGreevy hit me in the head with a roll at Lambert's last night. I felt like he had some swing and miss stuff. There's your update.
Okay.
The McGreevy Tracker. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Martin, Doug, Jackson, the Kurt. Wasn't that Joey Vitale at the Blues celebration when they brought up Berube? He's like, the Chief. Like, no, you just call him Chief. But he was kind of committed to it, so he started, the Chief. The Kurt is now a thing. Text line wide open. It's active. As always, Doug, folks like to communicate.
Okay.
Via the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 399-9646. Phone lines are wide open. 974-0101, 314-974-0101. We're going to give Pestis the day off because he pitched last night. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where you can be part of the show. You can watch it there and then chime in and have your own conversation. We've got a Stiefel dossier that tells us Adam Wainwright will join us at 9 o'clock, Wednesdays with Wayno. His big event's coming up July 27th. And then at the end of the program, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, we mentioned that Oli Marmol, he does a Tuesday deal with KMOX. And it started with LaRusso on Sundays, and then we turned it into Ask Tony and all of that. But it was Sunday mornings he would take calls from people, and Oli will take questions, primarily Tom Ackerman, Bernie Miklasz, kind of peppering them with thoughts. But one of the big topics, of course, of late was the fact that Sonny Gray didn't make any starts in those 7 games against the Cubs. Here's that KMOX audio of the Cardinal manager.
All right. Hit the lever, pal. Hit the lever. Right. Hit the lever.
Part of it is keeping him on a routine that allows him to continue to take the ball all year. Ideally, I want to take as many starts as possible. I mean, the guys were chasing. And when you look at when we were playing the White Sox, that rain out game that he was supposed to pitch, because of how he does his routine and he ramps up, we weren't able to pitch him the next day. So it pushed him 2 days, which then if he stays on schedule to be able to do what he normally does in between starts and stay healthy, and it pushed him out of that Chicago series and then the following one as well. So I hated it. What wasn't ideal by any means, but us getting rained out while playing the White Sox kind of pushed everything away from how we would have typically done it. So a lot of it has to do with just making sure that this is a real regimen he's on, and he's felt good all year. And in order to keep that true, then we have to stick to it. But the rain out kind of jacked everything up.
All right, so Doug, here is the sequence. Sonny Gray pitched Thursday, June 12th at Milwaukee. They had an off day in Chicago, so it would have, instead of every 5th day, it was going to be 6 days later. Scheduled to pitch Wednesday, June 18th at the White Sox. And that's the day of the rainout. I think a lot of us said the next day, you've got a doubleheader. Okay, Sonny Gray pitches the next day. Right. Then he was scratched because, as Oli said, he's got his routine. And I guess he had kind of worked himself into a lather getting ready for that Wednesday start. And I'm being serious. Like, I guess all of his Tuesday work leading into Wednesday. And he said that bumped him back 2 days. So then he pitched Saturday, June 21st. Now, my colleague, Kevin Ryans, was down there doing post-game interviews. We were at work last night talking about this. And he said, I remember Sonny Gray saying, well, it's really not ideal. I have 9 days in between starts.
Yeah.
But the manager's explained this is sort of what the pitcher needs or requires with his routine. It sucks that it rained, but apparently the regimen is so defined that they had to bump him back. So he went 9 days. But my question then, every 5th day, 5 days later, is June 26th. That was the 4th game of that Cubs series. Mm-hmm. If he pitches that day, now they were going to go with the 6-man. They were occasionally doing a 6-man because McGreevy made a start against the Cubs. But if you pitch him, if you say Sonny Gray is our best bet to beat the Cubs, then he pitches on the 26th, 5 days after his last start. Then he'd get a Pittsburgh start, and then he would pitch the Sunday night game on ESPN against the Cubs. That's the part I don't understand. And it was Palante's turn on the 26th, but you say, oh, well, you're not pitching today.
Right.
We're bumping you back. You'll get a start in Cleveland. To me, and unless they say, well, he couldn't go after the 5 days, or we're determined to keep him on a 6-day rest because of that, that's our plan this time of year, and they have tried to kind of minimize innings. But to me, even though the whole White Sox thing was a mess and he needed a couple extra days and he went 9 days in between starts, doesn't matter. On the 26th, if he starts, that's against the Cubs. That lines him up to play the Cubs again on the Sunday night. That's my case, Doug. I'm confused. I don't understand.
Perhaps there's another factor at play that we don't know. Something of a personal nature. I don't know. Just guessing, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
I respect the fact that he's got this regimen that's worked very well for him. He's had a long career, very successful career. He obviously knows his body well, knows exactly what he needs to do to be ready to pitch each time. A lot of pitchers could probably learn from that. At the same time, it is the St. Louis Cardinals and not the St. Louis Sunny Grays. And if you're in a pennant race and as the ace of his staff making who knows how much money he's making, 25, 30 million a year, there's times when they need you to step out of your comfort zone and step up against the best team, the team that you're chasing. They really needed him to do that. They needed him to say, okay, this is out of my regimen, but I'll take the ball and do my best. That's what they needed from him and didn't get it.
Well, I'm even allowing for, he did all of his pregame routine. The White Sox gets a rain out. It was unforeseen. Oh, well, that kind of screwed things up. It still gave you a chance after that to line it up, and all it would have required was every 5th day. Nothing out of the norm. That's the part I don't get. Oli Marmol also addressed the Fetty, a little bit on Michaelis as well. Like, what do you do when both of these guys are struggling?
Here's the reality. You're asking a question that isn't strictly a manager's decision, right? Yesterday was part of this. We'll continue the conversation as soon as I jump off of this call to figure out what the next steps need to look like. I said it in my post game, and in order for Fetty to be successful moving forward, he's going to have to find a solution to several things that are going on, and continuing to just hit the repeat button, to me at the moment, doesn't make the most sense. So there's a conversation to be had around that, but no decisions have been made at all. But yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that it's not going well. So yeah, as soon as I jump off of this in the next 20 minutes with you guys, I'll get the rest of the staff and group together, and we'll continue to talk about it and come up with the very next steps.
I would like it better if he just had that sounder next to him. Like, he would just play when he was done talking, and he didn't have any more to say. He just hit that bat noise. But he said it isn't strictly a manager's decision. To me, that was him saying, listen, they give me the team. Last year, they gave him a crappy bench. And my understanding is at times he would say, hey, can we improve? I mean, this Brandon Crawford's like a ghost over there. And they said, that's your bench. Okay. So they may have conversations where he says to Mozeliak, Fetty's kind of struggling right now. Got any other ideas? He said it isn't strictly a manager's decision. He's not going to throw the front office under the bus. But I do think the fact that Fetty's still in the rotation is more on Mo than it is on Marmol. Now, he took him out early the other night. I also thought that might have been a tell, like, you know what? You're going to force us to keep using him. I'm just going to give him a quick hook.
Right, whereas Michaelis got not a lot more, but more of a leash.
Yeah. And I would argue Michaelis starting Thursday, if it goes well, then you got lucky, because it's more than likely not going to go well based on recent results. And I understand, and part of the longer answer was guys need to be stretched out. You can't. Steven Matz could probably give you 2 to 3 innings to start that game. And you say, Swanson, you're pitching the next 2 to 3. Is that a great option? No. It's probably at this point better than pitching Miles Michaelis. And you go to, I understand a lot of it too is it's a long season. You don't want to bury guys. You just go to them and say, listen, we all know you're struggling. We love you. Let's just skip a start. Take a little mental health break. Go to the bullpen. Choose some sunflower seeds. You're the best. We love you, man.
Yeah.
And knowing Michaelis' disposition, he might be a little ticked that he's, publicly kind of being shown up.
He's a competitor, but
also he could probably handle it.
He's a professional as well.
And say, listen, we're gonna skip Fetty on Saturday. We're working on the fake injury. McGreevy will pitch Saturday. I need you to skip Thursday's start. We're not going to DFA you. We're not going to put you in the bullpen. We're just going to skip you. And we're going to get through it. And does that minimize my bullpen going into the weekend? It's not great, but I don't think I can put you out there with a straight face.
No.
I think that could be done. And that's being proactive instead of saying, oh, no, reactive. Wow, Fetty's struggling?
Right.
Wow, who knew?
Right.
That's the part, and I think Jackson said that yesterday. Reactive versus proactive.
Right.
And I think that's, again, we always make this comparison, but the Blues, Armstrong's like, okay, we got to do something there. Let's get ahead of the curve. We don't want to trade Zach Bolduc, but boy, if we got a chance to get this kid, let's do it. Instead of just sitting around and saying, well, if we'd only sign a defenseman.
It seems like the common sense approach. Fetty and Michaelis would probably both benefit from sitting
Like
out
a mental health
a start
break.
or two.
Doug, you like time away.
I do. I often take 3-week vacations. But these two guys could both probably benefit a lot. You know, they're middle 30s, and it probably do their arms some good not to pitch at all for a week or 2 weeks, or maybe just an inning here or there in the bullpen. Lord knows you need guys in the bullpen. These guys might be really good bullpen pieces right now. And it's not that uncommon to bring somebody up from AAA that the team he's going to face hadn't seen him yet, and he pitches pretty well for a couple starts. I don't see the downside in that at all. I guess you'd have to maybe cut or demote one of the relievers you have now that's working mop up time, but that's just kind of what you got to do, I think.
Yeah.
You can't send Fetty and Michaelis down to the minors because of contract reasons, but there's other guys in the pen that you could, and bring up a couple starters, give them a shot. What do you got to lose?
Right.
You might find that you got somebody better than you thought he was.
Plus, you skip that. If you skip that start Thursday, then you get the All-Star break. It'd be a full 2 weeks. If you were to start that first game back against the D-backs, that would be 2 full weeks since his Friday start at Wrigley. So maybe just a reset like that, both physically and mentally, could benefit someone like Michaelis, who we know has been real good, but hasn't been in a while. I don't know.
What the hell is a mental health break? Look him in the eyes and say, you suck. We're skipping you. That's it. Gavel. That's from Linda Sniffer. You think Ollie's carrying around a gavel?
I think more people should have a gavel. It's a good prop.
I imagine a Whitey Herzog or a Tony La Russa could get away with that. I don't know that a young manager could.
Well, and you don't need to. I get it. It's suck it up. It's the big leagues. You're getting paid a lot of money. I get you're trying to manage personalities. Because in the other side of the room, like, wow, you see what they did to him? They totally boned him. That's terrible. There's a lot of that goes on. I understand that. But I still think in this situation, it's still very manageable. Do you think they're relying on the All-Star break to give them that to save face, just kind of like buying time? But to do that, I would skip. It's a perfect time, if you can, to skip Michaelis.
Right.
And people have pointed out, you can't call it McGreevy. It's got to be 10 days.
Right, Saturdays.
But it doesn't matter. You can have if there's an injury, you can call him up.
Right. Yeah.
You could pitch McGreevy Thursday. I have to look at when he last pitched in Memphis, whatever.
Right,
But
like if that game...
the point is that you don't have to wait till Saturday. All you need is the old fake IL, and then he's back.
Like if they did have a double, like if they canceled the game last night or postponed it and had doubleheader.
Well, a
Wednesday,
doubleheader, you get the
Thursday.
27th guy.
Right. You can
Separate from that, if you have an injury, you can call him up. And we all know the fake IL is real, as strange as that sounds.
Yeah, I don't think you can try to get to the All-Star break and then make changes. You got to take advantage of every game you play. It wouldn't be the most unusual thing in the world to make or miss out on a playoff spot by a game or 2 games. And these last few series you've got, you're against 2 teams that are really struggling between the Braves and the Nationals. They've lost 9 in a row. These teams are going nowhere. You got a chance to win 4 or 5 here before the break and make some ground up. I don't think you can relax now and just think, oh, good, we're about to take a deep breath at the All-Star break. You got to push it right now.
Maybe we've figured something out here. Paranormal Paul said maybe the problem with Michaelis and Fetty is that the shoes are too tight. Doug, do you think that's it?
Happened to me. Gave me bunions. I could lend him that little thing that I put between my toes to spread my toes out that got rid of the bunion, the little gel thing.
Give Fetty and Michaelis a one-way 3-week voyage directly into the sun.
No.
That's a common theme on this show. A lot of people don't like Oli. I really appreciate his candidness and the honesty you get from him about every move the team makes, even in a game. Yeah, he likes to debate. I will say that. He likes to debate topics. The prosthetist is the one who texted that in. Then other people saying, yep, same old, same old. Big Blonde Dan, who is big and blonde. Yeah, okay, Ollie's pretty good at dodging. It's Mo. It's the rain. It's not my roster. Hey, it's hot out here. Give me a break.
Oh, jeez. Well, what he can't do is play.
That's right.
You can put the guys out there, but if they don't perform, somehow you're an idiot as a manager.
Somebody disputed earlier Sonny's made more than 18 starts. He's made exactly 18 starts. They're 14-4 in Sonny Gray starts. We also have Ollie last night talking about Sonny giving him the 5 innings. Gray said after the game that he ran out of gas, but here's Ollie on the 5 innings that Gray gave them last night.
I mean, we've talked about it. He's got a real regimen. It at times could take it out of him, depending on how long the wait. So for him to stay focused and still be able to give us 5, he fought himself for a little bit of that game, but still made pitches when he needed. A couple ground balls got through for runs, but for the most part, man, he competed well and allowed our pen to come in and do their job.
Soft contact city last night.
Yeah, I guess that routine is so regimented that even a rain delay throws you off.
Now I want to do a video TV piece on the regiment. I don't think he'd be open to it.
I don't think so.
No. Maybe the cat can get that kind of access. But because we keep hearing about this regimen, which is very intense, and God bless him, it's led to a great career and a lot of money, I kind of want to see what it is.
I want to ask Waino about a
little
little bit about his regimen, if he knows a little about some of the stranger pitching regimens he's heard of on game days. I want to, as a guy who played in almost 20 years, I kind of want to know.
I would think if you have too strict a regimen and you're superstitious about doing this and that and everything has to be done at the exact same moment, you're just priming yourself to be disappointed and to get knocked off that because stuff happens.
Sure. I think,
and if you're part of the team, I don't think you can just always say, well, geez, we started at 9, we didn't start at 7. How do you expect me to pitch very well? That's just not fair to a team.
Yeah, I think I've heard from people, especially with baseball, that it's like less about superstition, more about routine, and like the idea of routine being consistent so that, essentially you're making every start with, no variables in your routine. Therefore,
right, I understand that, but variables come up.
Controllable variable. I think that's the difference. It's like what I can control is what I can control, and then rain delays or things like that just happens. So you got to be able to stick and move on that. But in terms of like your personal regimen, what you do for routine, I get guys wanting to be absolutely consistent in that, especially with something like pitching, where a couple mistakes can be the difference between you playing for a long time and you having a short career.
We all have routines here, very regimented.
Yeah.
We show up just a couple of minutes before the show, unprepared, and then we babble.
Yeah.
And if someone were to throw that, throw a monkey wrench into that, we couldn't perform like we're
when it's
performing.
a tick cold in here, the whole show just about shuts down. Let's do a best of. It's cold in here.
See a remote where we start broadcasting and then
Multiple shows at once.
stuff just goes sideways.
I did like there was, I don't often hear the show before us because I'm busy with prep, but I did hear a line today. They said when somebody's about to go on vacation, Chris Canty, they call him CC, he said, I call those parking lot shows where you got the car running outside. You're not really locked in. We've probably had some parking lot starts for the Cardinals. 618 saying it's going to be tough to win if you have to constantly rest your best guys like Gray and Helsley. Yes, we won last night, but tonight you're going to be told that Helsley, Maton, and Matz are not available. Ollie will say, hey, what do you want me to do if guys can't pitch? Well, you tell your starter that you keep pitching past 70 pitches. So, in other words, last night, if you get Sonny deeper, save your pen a little bit. But that is a battle, right? If your pitcher is telling you, I'm good, I'm done.
Well, if you're going to win anything, you're going to have to get a little bit more out of your best players. Now, Helsley threw 20 pitches last night. You would hope, and he hadn't pitched lately at all, so you would hope he could give you another 20 tonight.
Yeah, I think so.
Cousin Arnie from D.C. chimes in. Sounds like he didn't have the want to, Doug.
You got to have want to.
Right.
Quamain Vayukis the fourth. Hell yes, Doug. Sonny couldn't hold Carp's jockstrap. And that is recent history, Chris Carpenter, with that Bob Gibson kind of DNA. Like, you got to drag me off that mound.
Yeah.
Well, and as I said, there could be some other piece of information that we don't have, we don't know about.
I think that's the hardest thing for a coach or manager, when you have to kind of eat it.
Yeah.
And you can't say what you really know the truth is.
As Tim would say, that's what the money's for. That's especially in baseball, like that's the manager's gig.
That's
sometimes
what you get paid to do is you have to kind of eat it.
Right. Because and I think we kind of all know, like sometimes like the GM or the front office, kind of running the show in terms of player personnel and who they're putting on the roster, obviously. And the manager just tries to do the best they can with that roster.
I think the best
eat it a lot.
Isn't the best example when Whitey Herzog traded Keith Hernandez? What a terrible trade.
Yeah.
Rick Owenby and Neil Allen. What a terrible. And they're like, well,
That brought me right to the floor. I fell
Did
to the
it?
floor when I saw that.
They're like, well, we needed some pitching. Like, Neil Allen? Rick Owenby? What? And then years later, well, there was sort of a drug issue there.
Yeah.
Whitey, but at the time, Whitey just had to eat it.
Wouldn't you rather try to fix the drug issue than just trade him away for nothing?
I don't know what resources were available then. Ollie needs to know that you can't slip logistics by Martin. When I broke down this, I was knee deep in this last night, and I'm saying, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Right here doesn't make sense.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
No, you can't in
See,
the
to
other
me,
sports, not in the NFL.
Doesn't that sound like Jeff Fisher? Not only the voice, but the explanation as well. And it was noted earlier on the text line, it's Jeff Fisher Day. Doug, it's 7-9.
Is it? Oh, that's right.
Happy. He's tweeted in recent years, yeah, I get it. It's my day, 7-9. But now they play 17 games. So actually 7-10.
Oh, you think they would have lost that extra one?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
We're not going 7-9 again.
Hold on. Hold the line.
Hold the line.
Is that the?
That was
the
from
drop,
the
right?
L.A. days, too, right?
I got it.
Leading into the L.A. days.
I'm not going 7-9.
Huh.
I'm
How
not going 7-9.
How many times did they do that? That was a crowdsource. Sorry.
First year, I think they went 7-8-1 even. Remember that?
Niner
7-8-1
Niner tie?
Yeah, they launched Colin Kaepernick on the world because they knocked
Yeah.
out Alex Smith. I think that was one of the
I think he had like a
ties.
60-yard touchdown run where his knees were almost touching his chin. He had his legs going up so high.
7-8-1. See, we didn't go 7-9 that year.
When they were here, he went 7-8-1, 7-9, 6-10, 7-9, 4-9.
They're not losers.
4-9 was the L.A. debut.
Yeah,
He got
4-9
fired,
was
and
the
he
first year in LA. for
pissed.
sure.
He's like, Stan, I got you out here. Now you're tossing
They
me
have
over.
a lot of video. Were they doing like a hard
They did
knocks
the hard
thing?
knocks, yes.
Yeah.
Because the thing that really pissed me off, in addition to the NFL just being money grubbing sleazeballs,
Right.
other than that, the hard knocks. Do you remember how that started? They started with video at Rams Park in our city.
Oh, like packing up.
And
stuff.
but there was somebody wrote on the wall like "See ya, we're out of here" or something, like a loose leaf piece of paper. It was just an asshat move. Like you didn't even need to include. I think even as a filmmaker, it didn't need to be in there.
No.
But don't get me started.
But Fisher, to his
He was
credit,
easy to deal with actually.
and going back to Tennessee, he had seasons of 13-3, 13-3, 11-5, 12-4, 10-6, 13-3.
Yeah.
He had some bad seasons mixed in there, but he did have those big years.
A real player's coach by all
Oh
accounts.
my God, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll skip practice today, and the squad will go to Fast Eddie's just to unwind. Okay, but Coach, what about the game on Sunday? He was great to me, easy to deal with for sure.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated after the reign of terror with Spags and Devaney, where the little Napoleons had all the stupid rules, like Jim Hannafin wasn't allowed to come in and like use the elliptical machine. I'm like, oh God, you guys are 1 in 15, and
Complete
Jim
180, yeah.
Oh my! And then Fisher comes in and is like, "Well, that's stupid. Why wouldn't you want Jim Hannafin coming?" Like
Coolers of beer everywhere.
Yeah, just like at least he was a grown up.
Yeah, right.
Wish they would have won a little more, guys. What if it was a rain out during Sonny's start in the World Series? Would he just skip it? Yeah, that's true. What if it's the World Series and you get all ready for the big game, and then they bang the game? Is that it for a couple of days?
I wonder
It's a
how.
great question.
What's like the biggest game Sonny Gray's ever pitched? I'm crowdsourcing myself
Crowdsourcing.
here. Sonny Gray playoff record. I want to know.
I would suspect in a World Series he'd step up and take the ball whenever he needed to.
100%.
What happens if they make the playoffs? They're going to have to baby him then. So now people are kind of turning on Sonny, who is your best pitcher. 14-4. It is 18 starts. Cards are 10 games over at home. They won last night, late game with the rain delay. Beat the Nats. They'll do it again tonight. You've got Andre Palante on the mound. Miles Michaelis pitching on Thursday. Yep, that's going to happen. And then the McGreevy start on Saturday has not been announced, but that's likely expected with the series rolling into the Braves coming to town over the weekend. Doug, we are up and running. That's what we like to say. up and running in this 7 o'clock hour. Coming out.
Sure feels like it.
Yeah. Callie Thompson phone lines are open, 974-0101. What grade do you give the Cardinals? They got a B at ESPN.com. I think I'm at a B-. Is that just nitpicking?
Somewhere in there is fair.
Okay.
6 games over 500. You didn't expect it. It's not an A, but it's better than average.
You know who
it's
is an
better
A?
than C? Who?
Design Air Heating and Cooling, Seth Goldcamp, and Tim's going to tell us about Seth Goldcamp and the A+ work at Design Air.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of our email of the day on TMA, and they are also the longest-running sponsor on the Morning After. Martin is a client, Doug is a client, and I am a client. And we are clients because we know that when we have any issues with our heating and cooling system, we can count on Design Air Heating and Cooling. All you have to do is go to designairservice.com. They pride themselves on 2 main things. They are going to get to you fast, and they are going to fix it with no upselling. And that gives you peace of mind as a customer. Sure, you want it fixed, but inside of your home, you don't want to be sold on some kind of deal you don't need. Well, you can count on Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com.
The 618 says the Cardinals get an F. It's our first F registered here. It's the text line, Air Comfort Service text line, 399-9646. Professor Roy Hinckley said, I often pitch both games of a doubleheader at St. Aloysius and Spanish Lake. They could count on me, Doug.
Well, you did what we had to do back then. Sure. Skipper, you need me to take the ball both games? Where's the agate? That's what we'd say.
The agate. Why is Fetty getting all the feces thrown at him? Michaelis' start on Friday was the biggest pile of dog bleep I've ever seen. I agree. That was a more embarrassing start, and also he was out there longer. I think it's Fetty's body of work because the 2 previous starts where he gave up 14 runs on 18 hits, that's why there's more focus on Fetty because it was the 3 starts in a row. Doug, does Sonny Gray need to pitch in a dome? There you go. That would fix things, wouldn't it?
Would help his routine for sure.
I'm going to find those splits right now.
Jackson, here you go. He pitched Game 5 in the 2013 ALDS. I'm pretty sure that's from the 636, so we're crowdsourcing.
Yeah, he's 1-3 in his career in the playoffs.
Minute Bowl eligible. Fisher always reminded me of a guy that would live in a Jeffco neighborhood, store his bass boat in the front yard, and rarely use it except to sit in it at night and drink beer.
Well, he was making $7 million a year here. I don't imagine he went too far outside of Huntley and Ledoux.
Having Steve McNair and Eddie George helps. Yeah, they had some great players. Titans. They still love him. He still lives primarily in Nashville.
Yeah, and when the Rams were good, Martz and Vermeil had Marshall Falk and Kurt Warner and Isaac Bruce and Orlando Pace. It does help. It not only helps, it's mandatory.
Hockey players playing with broken ribs, torn muscles, and whatnot, and Gray can't pitch long because it rained and he warmed up too much. That's from Jamie's Vacation.
Things are different.
Speedo.
I hate that stuff.
Yeah,
that's like the lowest hanging fruit, worst faith argument.
Yeah.
Why do you hate Jamie's Speedo?
It's just like, yes, that's a collision sport where guys, get brutally hit up. But if your arm hurts and you're making a ton of money and you're a valuable pitcher and you know that you don't have it and you're in your 30s, you can come out of a game. It's better for the team in the long run.
And if you're a pitcher and you've just got a cut on your finger or something, or your toe hurts, you just can't perform like you have to perform. You can't.
Right.
It sounds like you're being a wuss by coming out of the game. But if you've got a big blister on a finger or something, you can't grip the baseball properly enough to throw it 95 miles an hour to get anybody out.
Right. And then you're putting yourself in more danger if you're throwing up nothing but, batting practice pitches. Someone lets you have that right back at you. Now you take one to your L7 vertebrae. Now who's going to be chuckling?
L7, is that way at the top? Is that
the back and then lower?
I think it's lower back. He started only 12 games in a dome, Sonny Gray, with an ERA of 3.9.
Well, there's not many domes left.
Yeah. Retractable roof, he's only pitched 1 game.
Well, the Reds career, Reds, A's, Twins, Yankees, I don't hear a lot of domes, right?
No.
I mean,
retractable roofs even, though. Not even many of those. Well, 1 game. He started 1 game against.
And how'd he do?
Awful. He gave up 6 runs.
Okay. He probably pitched in Milwaukee one night when it was cold or raining.
Yeah, it might have been recently. I don't know. This is it over his career. Pitching split. Shout out to Baseball Reference.
The text just says Hernandez was my favorite Cardinal ever, talking about Keith Hernandez. But the texter is Martin's sweater vest. I don't know if I have a sweater vest.
I could
have
see
I
that,
worn
though.
a sweater vest?
I could see you in a sweater vest.
I'm not opposed to it.
You do. I like the move you do. You do a lot of for TV. You do like a golf polo and then a jacket on top, like a sport coat on top of that.
Yeah, it's probably not that fashionable, but this time of year, it's
I think it works.
comfortable, convenient.
I think it works.
Tonight, Matt Holliday's on the show. Sports Final
Nice.
talking about his son, Ethan, who is a projected top pick, probably second or third. What's interesting is the Rockies pick fourth, the Cardinals pick fifth. And I said to Matt, what if he's sitting there at number 5? You think the Cards will take him? He is a shortstop. Cardinals like to take a lot of players at the same position, so maybe. But he said the Rockies have kind of indicated if he's there at 4, they'll go with a legacy pick there.
Sure.
Matt Holliday tonight on Sports Final. Dr. Shafitz with the
Ooh, nice.
pickleball talk last
Nice.
night.
Super cool.
And some Billikens talk as
Yeah,
well.
we're giving away those tickets again today for the email today.
Yeah, it's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today that comes your way at the end of the show. We're rolling into the 8 o'clock hour, the Fisher Door and Window, 8 o'clock hour, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Adam Wainwright coming here with questions for Adam. We've been doing this lately. I think we've passed along a fair amount of your questions to the guest. Wayno here at 9. We'll take some of your questions on the Air Comfort Service text line at 399-9646. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night over the Washington Nationals, taking on the Nationals again tonight with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Andre Palante taking the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Just bangers, Martin.
Bangers. Okay, you knew I was going to ask. What's the theme?
Bangers.
It's a Bangers Wednesday here on TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome in. 8 o'clock hour, presented by Fisher Door and Window. Martin, Doug, the Kurt, and Jackie Papers are here till 11. Tim back with us next week. Adam Wainwright coming up at 9 o'clock. The grades are in, according to one person at ESPN, Doug. That's all it is. The Cardinals got a B.
Yeah.
What do you give the Cardinals? How about 70 games to go? What's that number? Because we said if you go 41-29, you're going to get to 90 wins. I don't think I can buy 41-29. I just can't buy 41.
If you go 40-30.
Okay, now I've got you at 89 wins.
89 wins.
Probably not quite enough.
It'd be close.
Giants are heating up a bit. Brewers appear to be once again doing Brewer things. They're just always kind of good. They don't do anything in the postseason, but they're always
the Brewers. Yeah,
kind of good.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Are you, Charlie?
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Chuck. Bangers? Question mark.
They didn't like the.
I don't know if that means
like
they didn't
Draymond.
like. I'm not a big Aerosmith guy, but you can't
you've
go
told me
wrong
that
with
before.
Draymond.
Yeah,
it was more that Love in an Elevator, Dude Looks Like a Lady. That era was it early '90s?
Were you
maybe?
a Motley Crue guy?
No, I look like a Motley Crue.
No.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Black Sabbath?
No.
A little more laid back tunes.
I've seen pictures of Steven
Tucker,
Tyler.
you a big Motley Crue?
Hell no.
That's a hard
seen
pass.
pictures of Steven Tyler late in life where the dude does look like a lady.
He wrote that song about himself? Did he?
I
he
think
did.
in the Seth MacFarlane movie Ted, they bring up Steven Tyler and they call him like a soccer mom Goonie monster or something.
Yeah, I saw a picture of him where he said it looks like your friend's mom who let you drink at high school parties.
Incredible voice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Steven
And
Tyler.
he was really good. He was on either I guess it was American Idol.
Was it The Voice or the American Idol? Yeah, I
One
think
of
it was
those.
American Idol.
And he seemed like a really good guy.
Absolutely. I've heard some interviews with him where he seems very introspective.
Big Tough says, guys, my least favorite era of the show is the one that talks for 3 hours about a middling Cardinals team and does not play any drops.
I'm playing,
Jackson-
you just not
Jackson-
hear the Chuck one?
Yeah, you just played Chuck. Why don't do this? Go ahead, Jackson. Just go nuts for a second.
Okay.
Get your drop meter up a little bit. You're way low. Your blood sugar count. Let's have a candy bar.
Doug Vaughn. My name is Miss Butler, and I'm calling in reference to the comment you made, I think it was about a week ago, concerning Randy Moss maybe coming to the Rams. I didn't appreciate your little comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
So now I just talk with my homeboys about it.
That's a little overboard. You can say you're going to rub honey all over my body, but don't talk about my mother.
I really need context on that one. People are specifically asking, how about Brian Hoffman drops? How are you today, Frank? They're asking for specific. Cronky.
Your soul, my hole.
Oh, he had no filter, that guy.
Just a naked guy lying in his bed, I think.
I think Huffman told me once he got off social media and he was much happier because he used to get fiery about the Cardinals too. He would get really worked up.
And he had no filter. He'd say anything.
Oh, I think was that just him reading the emails he got stuck doing.
But how could a conversation have come up where we're talking about Plowsy getting honey dipped on his body, and his mother was somehow connected to that?
If I remember,
goated thing.
No, if I remember, he was talking about his mother getting some sort of tattoo, and I think he was a little What do they say when you're new? Wet behind the ears.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
Still sensitive.
Yeah, and he didn't realize that maybe talking about your mother and her tattoos is probably not the best idea on this program.
Talk about my mother.
Yeah, you give them an inch, they take a mile kind of thing, and that's where, because that sounds like early era Plowsy just on his voice. Kurt, you would agree on that?
Yeah, that sounded like early Plowsy.
14, 15 era.
My
It's a
generation,
ladybug tattoo.
I don't know that anybody's parents had tattoos in my parents' generation.
Just like Navy folks, right? Like people in the Navy?
Yeah.
I don't know, I said Navy
Drunken
folks.
sailor
Navy
on shore leave
folk.
might have gotten a tank on his bicep.
Was that really a
mother.
thing where the ship would come in and like all these Navy guys would get off that? Oh, look out! Here come the Navy boys. They're just
I'm
going to
sure-
rip up the town.
I'm sure it did. Yeah, in the Navy ports, Newport Beach and Jacksonville and San Diego. I'm sure it did.
Look out! Liquor and ladies.
Here come the sailors. You know what else my parents' generation never did? Nobody had a gym membership. Can you imagine if, Martin, if your parents had said, I got a gym membership, I'm going to go work out? Nobody's parents worked out.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
I'm not sure there was even any gyms around.
What'd they do? Chain breakers?
They came home and they had a drink about 5 o'clock at night. Then they smoked.
Charcoal grilled some meat.
Yeah, ate fatty foods.
I like
watched
that
TV
plan
and
way
went to
better
bed.
than what I got going on. Maybe I'll switch over.
And lived to about 83, 84.
Yeah.
Smoked darts.
Yeah.
Had martinis Mondays at 5 p.m. as if it were Friday at 9 p.m.
Right. So working out, a gym membership? What?
Just ripping up phone books, you know, a good strength test.
Yeah.
They'd cut the lawn in like a white dress shirt, you know. Grandpa had like his slacks on.
So we're like the 80s, like when those workout DVDs, the Suzanne Summers stuff, Richard Simmons stuff came
The
out.
leg squeeze thing.
Was that kind of like
Buns of Steel.
Was that kind of like,
Master.
yeah,
Master.
Was that kind of like the first time people started like really like
I think so. I think it might have
exercising
been.
as like an activity?
There was a guy named Jack LaLanne who had an old TV show. It's time for Jack LaLanne and the new Jack LaLanne show. And he sometimes he'd get in the ocean and he'd like pull a steamer with his mouth or something on a rope. He had this perfect physique. He was like a perfect wide shoulder. He wasn't a big guy. He had the only exercise show that I remember as a little kid. Who
Did
is
he have
Jack LaLanne?
Did he have those V muscles?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gutters.
Va 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 boom.
ESPN in somewhat recent years, it was always from Hawaii, right? The woman was there doing like dumbbells on the beach.
Was that Kathy Smith? Was that her name?
I don't know. But you would watch it, I guess, and at home you were, in theory, doing the workout along with her, was the idea.
Yeah, there were some fitness gurus who made big bucks, became big national celebrities almost overnight. And I think maybe that kind of spawned the whole, maybe we should get in shape movement.
Well, wasn't Richard Simmons, in theory, a workout guy? And kind of inspire you to work out. And then Letterman would always point out that he was kind of doughy. He would say, you're out here telling everybody how to work out. And then he would get highly offended, or at least that was the bit. All right, what else, Jackson? Fire off a few more. People are actually requesting certain drops.
I told you. That's what happens when you go to the net. That's what happens when you want to play hard. That's what you do when you have the want to.
And that was Craig Berube before Game 7 in Boston.
Where that tushy boat, hey.
You're a gentleman who enjoys a dry rub once in a while?
Perv out, baby. Perv out.
Sounds like Jay Jr. is more of a bull than we thought.
First thing I got to say is what just a privilege and honor it is to speak with Tim McKernan.
Oh.
Suck it, Doug.
Okay, stop it, ball game.
Ball game. Who's last seen farming in Tennessee, but he's actually going to be at the LaRussa thing next Wednesday, a week out. That's going to be fun. They've got Edmonds, Eckstein, David Freese is coming back into town, Will Clark, Joe Buck, Ozzie Smith. Skipper said he'd come back on, talk some more ball, maybe next Monday, which is what, the Derby day?
Yeah.
Day before the All-Star game?
Yeah, it'd be great.
I was talking to him the other day, and I said, what would you like, 5 All-Star games? He goes, excuse me, 6. I'm like, I go, why? I said, I don't have it in front of me. I don't freaking know.
We think it's like managing an all-star game. Just kind of stand there and hang out, have a few conversations.
Try to get as many guys in the game as possible.
Yeah. But then you don't want to have like, hanging out too much and you're like, oh my God, I left this starter in here for 6 innings.
I think they laugh a lot. When you see the shots in the dugout, they're always laughing like that was the funniest thing they've ever heard.
Yeah.
I was at the All-Star game in Pittsburgh, I think, and they announced in the press box, Anyone looking to interview Roger Clemens, he's going to be in the tunnel in the next 15 minutes, and you look, and it's the third inning, and he's leaving. And we like ran down into the tunnel, and we're like, "Hey, Rocket, how's it going? Oh, great, guys!" And he was like clearly walking towards a limo to a private jet.
Yeah, like kind of a weird,
really locked in on that game.
Well, didn't he have that like kind of weird deal for a while towards like in the mid-aughts where he was like only like showing up when he was pitching? Like he was in his contract that he was like only like he didn't even have to go to the road games. He wasn't going to be on.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
He was actually pretty cool to deal with.
Was he? Was he a good interview?
Easy, very pleasant.
What year did you interview him?
It's probably 05, 06,
So
somewhere in
towards the
there.
end of his
4 or 5.
career.
He was easy to deal with, and he loved the Cardinals. He would always talk about his respect. I put him on the old.
Oh, that'd be great.
He has a real case for being the best pitcher of all time, the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
Which of the big four sports do you think the All-Stars try the hardest in the All-Star game?
That's a good question.
Baseball.
Yeah, just because of you're not running the risk of running, like destroying yourself.
Right. The pitchers are still throwing hard.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's
still hard to hit.
It's obviously not football. They've literally gone to flag football.
Yeah.
We see what
They just
happens
gave
in
up there.
the NBA. I can't speak much to the NHL, but I would have to think baseball.
But Roger Clemens won the Cy Young 7 times, 2-time World Series champion, 11-time All-Star, 5 times he led the league in strikeouts, 7 times he led the league in ERA, 20 strikeouts in a 9-inning game. He won 354 games. He struck out 4,672 hitters. I don't know that anyone else can put a resume up like that. Now he's accused of having some help.
Right.
But he had an incredible career.
Yeah.
Just when I thought the show couldn't get any worse, a segment full of drops. But
See,
they want the
that's-
drops.
you can't-
Some people like some things, and some people like other things.
I think Little Beer Cat sent in a text, like when you expect to be disappointed, you'll never be disappointed. When you realize you can never win on this program, then
you just do whatever the hell you want to do.
And it's pretty freeing.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty freeing.
And he drops from Timber Fake available.
Yeah, could probably get some of those.
Let's see. Clemens led the league when you're needle sticks in the bathroom. There is the whole steroid accusation. He's dug in on that, though, right? He has never wavered in his adamant. And then the one thing he testified and said he misremembered something.
Right, that
which
wasn't
didn't
good.
help.
But maybe the best pitcher ever and the best hitter ever, Bonds, would have an argument about being the best hitter.
What about Nolan Ryan, Doug?
Not in the Hall of Fame.
Nolan Ryan, Doug. That's from Bob Cobb.
Ryan's right up there with him, but I don't think his numbers stack up to Clemens. Ryan never won a Cy Young.
I asked
He had one where he should have won, but he didn't.
I asked ChatGPT, Doug, who the best pitcher of all time was.
Yeah.
Who do you think it spat out?
Walter Johnson.
Walter Johnson is
the big train.
The first one.
Was he the A train?
Oh, that was the big train.
Big train.
Big train. Who's the A train?
They gave me 7 names.
The D train was Dontrell Willis.
Love Dontrell Willis.
Walter Johnson.
Pud Galvin had more wins than Clemens. Think about it.
It's true.
Is it true?
I think, yeah. Pud Galvin is way up there.
Did Cy Young get in there?
Cy Young was not on their short list.
I think the more fun conversation is like the best lefty of all time. I think if you can't go wrong saying Steve Carlton, Sandy Koufax, or Randy Johnson. I think any of those three.
Why do you hate
could say.
Lefty Gomez?
Lefty Gomez.
Or was it
you
Lefty
like-
Grove?
Lefty Grove. Lefty Grove.
Yeah.
Where's Kip Wells?
Kip Wells.
TMA's record is 0 for 6241, 6,241. This is a callback because yesterday the 618 said, you guys always say you can't win. So I'm putting your record at 0 and 6,240.
That's
Like all
about
the
right.
shows.
Yeah.
If
Have we
can't,
done that many shows?
If we can't win, Doug and math could get dangerous here because we had a billion baseballs. the other
Yeah, I meant
day.
to say a million instead of billion. I took time off.
What about Satchel Paige? That's from Ichiro's American Hits, which
Probably not.
I wouldn't mind that drop.
Clemens would be on the list. Maddox would be on the list.
No Clemens, but Greg Maddux, yes.
Clemens was not on the list.
Not according to
Because of
ChatGPT.
steroids, probably.
It didn't say whether it took that into consideration.
Well, then it doesn't.
To narrow it down,
legit.
it says the most dominant peak goes to Sandy Koufax or Pedro Martinez.
Yeah. Tough to
Most
argue that.
decorated career, Walter Johnson or Greg Maddux. Most intimidating, Randy Johnson or Nolan Ryan.
Would definitely agree on those two. Intimidating ones.
Yeah.
You talk about tall pitchers. Randy Johnson looked like he was Victor Wembanyama on the mound.
But you have to decide how much weight you put into longevity.
Yeah. And I think that's important.
Like if Koufax was only great for 5 or 6 years,
I agree.
That's not as good as
I would
being
rank
Gibson.
like or Nolan Ryan, who pitched 4 decades almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Doug. Longevity is important. It's a feature, not a bug.
Any pitchers named righty? It's a great question.
I don't think so.
No. Wandy.
Tony Fossis. Gibson. A lot of people saying, what about Kershaw? He's just not quite at that next level. He's a great, 3 Cy Youngs.
In terms of lefties, he would be, you'd have to be in the conversation. This guy's 3,000 strikeout.
I saw his numbers the other day next to Koufax, and he was better than Koufax in most areas, including like strikeouts per game and walk ratio.
Non-volume
ERA,
stats.
Yeah. He's right there.
Kershaw has an argument for sure in terms of lefties or, pitchers all the time.
I would think our very own Bob Gibson would be considered one of the most intimidating. Kind of his whole shtick.
Gibson, I think.
On the intimidating.
I mean, they changed the
Mount
rules
Rushmore.
because of him. Like, that is like a real mic drop moment in terms of your resume. If they literally changed the rules of pitching because of your dominance, I think that.
Well, and he wasn't the only one. There were a lot of dominant pitchers at that time.
Sure. But he was the big dog.
Yeah.
What's with all the sports talk? That's from the jerkwood from Kirkwood.
Yeah, but it's like nonsense sports talk. You know?
That's kind of that threading the needle. I don't even know how this topic came up. I think Doug has more computing power than ChatGPT. Gibson, not on the most intimidating? ? Walter Johnson? I think people now are just tuning in. I think somebody wished us Happy Jeff Fisher Day, which was covered in the 7 o'clock hour, but this is the 8 o'clock hour presented by Fisher Door and Window. Mad Hungarian for the intimidating factor.
Maybe. Whenever you hear old timers talk about Gibson, they always say, boy, you better not dig in. He'll put one right in your ear. He didn't care if he hit you. I looked up his stats here. He only averaged hitting about 6 guys a season, which is not unusual at all.
Is it weird to you that at one point, we're just getting random as random can get, in 1992, that Dennis Eckersley won the AL MVP as a relief pitcher?
As a relief pitcher.
It was a relief pitcher, was he not?
Yeah.
He was both. He was a good starter, and then he became a good reliever.
Cleveland, Boston, then with the skipper in Oakland, became a closer. Koufax was the most dominant while pitching to guys who had darts and scotch for breakfast. Swung like my 80-year-old uncle. Let's see him try and strike out Garrett Hampson. That's a great point.
No, Eckersley was MVP and Cy Young winner in 1992, a season in which he posted 51 saves. Only 2 relievers had previously accomplished the double feat. Yes.
Hold on, the Tigers. Who's the Tigers closer in 84?
You're right on it.
Oh, it's not Aurelio Lopez. What is his name? Guillermo?
Can we have initials, please?
W.H.
Willie Hernandez?
Nailed it.
Oh, yes, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah. He won the MVP
Take some
award?
time away with that. You don't remember that? The Tigers closer, Willie Hernandez.
I do remember him, but I don't remember him winning the MVP award.
Oh, yeah.
That's hard. It's hard for me to think that a guy closing out games is the most valuable player you've got. How about the guys who got you ahead so that you could close out the game?
Yeah, it's odd to me, but it's fascinating. Baseball's a fascinating game, Doug.
Oh, sure.
It's kind of the theme of the program today.
Hey, Jack, how's about playing that Fat Buddha Records drop for Doug? See, I don't even know what I'm new here. I don't know what that means.
Sure, I got
It's another drop.
Okay.
Who would be the Cardinals MVP this year?
Helmet nachos.
Sonny Gray.
Great.
Herrera, if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, might have been in that.
Donovan?
Donovan, he's scrappy.
Yeah.
You don't have an obvious
No, there really isn't one.
Co-MVP?
Hello, world. Welcome to the Bonita Show. I am here at Fat Buddha Studio, where we're going to record Joshua today. I'm with the singer, hip-hop artist, Joshua. Joshua, say hi to the world.
What's up, world? See, that's where I think when you're starting an interview and you botch it in the first sentence, that you just start over again. If you botch it 30 minutes in, you just keep going. But right at the start, you say, well, take 2. Sorry about that.
I've worked in television for 11 years professionally.
Professionally. There were another 3 that didn't count.
Juice is squirting everywhere.
Oh.
Is this a Chuck Fest? I like a good Chuck Fest.
Mm-hmm. He used to say not just anyone can work in TV news. Most people wouldn't want anything to do with it.
I am a winery guy. Why are you so negative? People are tired of the cat and his New York values.
Chuck had some parking lot shows. Dude, it's fine. It's fine. Nobody cares. It's fine. Well, what about tomorrow on TV? Dude, I'll just go up. I'll go up to North Glendale and just get some kids playing basketball. I'm like, well, what? Because it's like a couple blocks away. Let's not get too far behind. It's coming up on 8:30 on this Wednesday edition. Doug, the fog is cleared. Might rain again.
Yeah, it's nice
I don't know.
now.
It's supposed to rain like every day. I don't follow it that closely. I can't tell anymore. Right. Hopefully you got your power back. Hopefully you're having a great Wednesday. Because you know what we do, Doug? We spread cheer.
Right.
Spread cheer on this.
It doesn't look like it's supposed to rain at all the rest of the day, though.
Okay.
Cardinals are going to get it in, or tomorrow.
Andre Palante tonight. Miles Michaelis Thursday. Cards and Nats. Cards 10 over at home. They're 5.5 back in the division. Game and a half back for that third wild card. Currently 6 games over 500. Adam Wainwright coming up at 9 o'clock. It's the Morning After presented by Brown and Crouppen. Grocery shopping has been more expensive over the last couple of years. That's just a fact. Schnucks has done their best to counter that by lowering prices throughout the entire store. I think last count we were over 2,300. They just kept adding more and more items. Now the easiest thing to do is just go to the store, find out for yourself, and these are not discounts for the day, the week, specials. These are just prices that have been marked down. They also have the digital shelf tag that always tells you other great discounts that are happening inside the store. You can also use your rewards app to let you know items you frequently buy. Maybe there's some kind of special going on with those on top of the other savings that you're getting. That rewards app also allows you to do curbside pickup, to do delivery, and every time you check out, it gives you the total. How much money do you have in your account? You're getting paid back every time you shop at Schnucks. I guarantee there's one in your neighborhood. Great butcher department, always friendly when you want to go over some items, maybe trying something new on the grill. Friendly service, saving money on your groceries. You can do that every day at Schnucks. Well, this feels like an original. This is not AI created. I'm pretty sure this is not AI created. It is Jeff Fisher Day. It's 7/9, July 9th. TMA presented by Brown and Croup. And Doug, I've located your first Release the Hoosier contestant.
Have you? Okay.
This is from Meatball. He's currently standing in the median on westbound I-44 near Sullivan. You can't miss him. He's wearing a Stars and Stripes swimming trunks, a soiled gray tank top that's way too tight, and cowboy boots, 40-ish.
Sounds like you would fit the bill.
Yeah, so if anybody is near Sullivan on Interstate 44 going westbound, and you see this gentleman, maybe you could sign him to a contract because Doug's Release the Hoosier. Do we have any other contestants at this point?
Well, there's many at the stadium any night you go there. Just got to make sure
They're already
that
there.
willing.
They're already in the building?
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah.
But by the mere description, I would say that this guy...
This guy'd be good, sure. He'd
got
be good.
the look down.
Uh-huh. But you could go through the crowd every night and pinpoint half a dozen or more that you say, yeah, you'd be perfect. I just think we need to get this going for the second half. Things slow down.
A couple people have suggested, Jackson, that was, in fact, a banger.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then are you trying to lose listeners?
Did the guy say he was a Super Bowl champion in that song?
I'm not sure.
He was with the Bears. He was on that 85 team, so I guess that would count, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Berkey, quit laughing and read the damn next text. I don't know what the damn next text is. Guys, Tim is not on vacation. He's sitting outside St. Gabe's revisiting his glory days. That could be. Could be right outside St. Gabe's as we speak. Tim will be back next week. Martin, the Kurt, Doug, Jackson with you here till 11 o'clock. Over in Kansas City, and I don't know the context at all, but Jackson in the dossier, the Stiefel dossier, says our friends to the west. Radio jock goes scorched earth on embarrassment. Patrick Holmes, Taco Bell rant after dad bod photos. What all do we need to know, or should we just listen and further dissect?
Is this a Bob Fesco vehicle?
No. Kevin Keatsman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Who hosts a
Been there for a long
podcast called Kevin Keatsman Has Issues. There were some pictures posted from, I guess, a vacation with Mahomes where he was topless, Doug.
Okay.
And Keatsman had some thoughts. This is from his podcast. Yeah, Kevin Keatsman Has Issues.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time. It's time, dude. It's time.
Is that a football sounder?
Yeah. I'm looking at the pictures from the vacation. I don't know what the guy's talking about. I mean, he doesn't have a six-pack, but he certainly wouldn't be described as fat by any standard.
No.
But I also don't really care if Patrick Mahomes has a dad bod because whatever he's doing seems to work.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. We've seen players come through here are all muscle, and then they're always injured. Maybe it works for him. And maybe Kevin Keatsman got what he wanted. We're talking about it. The New York Post is writing about it. TMZ Sports has reacted. I see it here,
Have you
Doug.
seen that picture? Does he look fat to you?
Keatsman?
No,
Mahomes.
Mahomes. He looks like a normal guy. He may not look like an NFL superstar, but he certainly doesn't look fat.
Yeah, I think he looks fine. The beef was born when host Kevin Keatsman body shamed the Chiefs superstar on his show Monday, calling him fat and an embarrassment. By the way, I wonder, like, hot takes are us. That's the industry these days. I would think in Kansas City this doesn't play well.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
Because Mahomes is a huge star, hugely successful.
And very much in the community.
Likable.
Yeah.
Women's soccer. I think he's part owner of the Royals.
Yeah.
Mahomes' trainer, Bobby Stroop, got wind of the comments and clearly felt some type of way, angering him so much. He typed, "Send me your location." in a now deleted rant on the X app. So Mahomes' agent is online getting pissed. You obviously need attention. If you want to see what in shape is, go make it through a practice at St. Joe. Our run, hurry-up offense, scrambling back-to-back plays. You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look, it's performance. And that's from the trainer for Patrick Mahomes.
To call him an embarrassment, that's a bit much.
Right. I would say this is not going to age well, even though it got what he probably wanted, and Kevin Keatson was a huge name for a long time. I think he was part owner of one of the sports radio stations in Kansas City, and this is now, I guess, on his podcast. But he's gotten tons of attention for it. I just don't think, where is that going to get you? You do the hot take, you hit that hot take button, you got it. But in Kansas City, I don't think people are too worried about Mahomes, whether he has a six-pack or not.
Right.
Because he's pretty good at what he does.
Yeah, and early June, I expect this is probably about the time when he starts to hit it pretty hard to get ready for training camp.
Yeah, and he'd be far from the first quarterback to ever have, that doesn't look like a Greek god.
Ken Stabler comes to mind,
How
Doug.
about Sonny Jurgensen?
Smoking darts.
Peyton Manning, the last 10 years of his career, just kind of had a pleasant little beer gut, just a little one, a little
pleasant
little guy.
But he's slinging around the ball field, and you're an outstanding quarterback like Mahomes is and like Manning was.
Who's that lefty from Kentucky?
I was just, was it Lorenzen? Yeah.
Jared Lorenzen.
Remember
he looks
him?
like he weighs 350 pounds.
He's no longer with us.
Oh, really? But he played for a while, and he was really, I don't know if he was playing arena football at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was at 284 pounds, Jared Lorenzen.
Hard to take down.
Nicknamed the Hefty Lefty.
Yeah. I get a kick out of guys who don't look like they have the prototypical body, who still are superstars.
I mean, you see the best player in the NBA is a kind of 7-foot, lumbering, looks to be a little puffier than your average NBA player, and he's dominant.
Wouldn't
He's
that the
dominant as it gets.
on Doncic that he was out of
Luka
shape?
too. Luka is, I would say a little more athletic looking than Jokic, but not 7 feet tall either.
And here's the question. Do you think Mahomes cares at all? And the problem is he'll get asked at training camp later this month. He'll get asked.
He's been asked before about
because I think they won the Super Bowl and they said, "Oh, Dad bod."
Yeah, he says I think I'm reading some just in here. It's he told Time Magazine, I think a year or two ago, it's a good thing to have. A little extra padding when you're getting hit isn't the worst thing in the world, especially around your ribs.
I think he doesn't care. What tells me that he doesn't is that he's posing for these pictures with his shirt off.
Right.
He probably
if he
knows
was sensitive
it's
about
coming.
it, he'd have a shirt on.
Put his signature next to something that says you're going to make $500 million. I can almost assure you he does not care about what anyone would have to say about his body, But it's still, I would get it if he did care.
90% of the game is mental, the other half physical. Knock it off, Keatsman. That's from Big Worm. But I think these Chiefs fans will probably come after him with a little bit of force.
Yeah, I see I'm on his Kevin Keatsman's Twitter account. He's posted another podcast with a full response to it. So I guess he's...
This is his thing.
Is he backing off, or is he?
I don't know.
Doubling down?
I have yet to listen to it. I just pulled the audio from his podcast where he talked about that, but I have not heard his full breakdown of it.
It seems like the only thing Mahomes cares about is people saying he sounds like Kermit. So maybe he is sensitive to the voice thing.
I'm here. Yeah.
Is it your Kermit?
That's Travis Kelce doing Patrick Mahomes. I am here. I am here.
Here's a picture of Len Dawson at halftime in the Super Bowl smoking a dart.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
And sitting on a fold-out chair.
Right, classic picture.
That's one of the best.
F the Chiefs. Here we go. So we've started that banter as well.
Yeah, I think my personal beef is that not with any Chiefs players by any means. It's the kind of
Mahomes is eminently likable.
Oh my God, yeah.
Guys, he's hanging out at this lake house and drinking in Party Cove. And then now Mudjack Mike sent him, Mr. Mudjack Mike, sent in the picture of Tom Brady, the combine picture, which I think still fuels Brady
for sure
to be extremely fit.
I think so too.
Because he does look a little unathletic in the photo there, I would say. That's fair. Luka has slimmed down. That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
Naked bodies.
Okay.
Big Ben or the bus? Yeah, Jerome Bettis always had a little extra in the middle there.
Sure.
Running over people.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And John Riggins would have a six-pack right after the game, then run over you the next game.
Mm-hmm.
Marino, the Mannings, Brady, all dad bods.
Well, are we talking now or when they played?
Peyton Manning, toward the probably last 8 years, so like the Denver years and the last couple of years with Indianapolis. I mean, he had like a little gut, He had a little.
I don't think Terry Bradshaw was in the gym all afternoon, right?
Terry Bradshaw? I don't know. I wouldn't doubt those guys from being in good shape.
In good shape, absolutely.
I think having just a little gut doesn't mean that you're not in outstanding shape or this, that, or the other.
Roethlisberger, somebody mentioned.
Yeah.
As a big QB. I don't think as a QB, though, if you're not mobile,
if you're
which
not
is
mobile,
fine,
right.
You're bigger, harder to take down.
Right. And Mahomes is a great improviser, but I wouldn't call him like Lamar Jackson level or even Josh Allen level scrambler. He knows how to get out of the pocket.
Crafty.
And he's incredible at throwing on the run. That might be his best attribute, but I would not call him a scrambler by any means.
The Pillsbury throw boy.
Yeah, that's a great one.
The super fat linemen also keep up with a fast-paced offense.
That's the most fascinating thing to me about the NFL is when an offensive lineman retires, how quick they slim down.
The weight just falls off.
The weight flies off of them.
And talk about guts. Some of those guys really, seriously do have just a big gut.
Yeah. Oh, it's huge.
I guess you have to have that much weight to withstand a guy charging at you and hang on to stay on your feet. But they intentionally bulk up to, if you're not 315, 320, I don't think you can play in the NFL anymore as a lineman.
Yeah. But then a friend of the show, Joe Thomas, when he retired, just the weight just flew off him.
Grant Wistrom was that way. Mm-hmm. He's half the man he used to be.
But then skill position guys often go the other way. When they're not running all day and doing that stuff, they might gain a little.
Stop talking about Mahomes' body. That's from Mahomes' long body. The texture. Big Walt was always a bit doughy. Friend of the show, Keith Kachuk. At the end of the career there.
The only place you can't be doughy is our business. Because we get our jobs based on our physiques for the most part.
That's right.
Athletic ability, jumping ability.
We have strict regiments that we follow.
We have to be a little better than everyone else.
In most breaks, Doug is leading a kind of Pilates class and some stretching.
Yeah,
and we're just getting right. It's important.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Sharon and Clayton. Mahomes definitely has love handles. I'm a postmenopausal woman, and my abs are way more lean than his. Kind of agree with this critique. He's very soft for a pro athlete. But does it matter, is the question.
Yeah.
I guess because the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl, that maybe they're going to amp up the hot takes over there on what it takes to get over the hump.
Look at me, I work out.
I think it is possible for a guy, especially at his age, to still have a strong upper body, still be able to run really well, and have a little bit of a gut.
Absolutely.
Because for a lot of men, if you have any extra weight at all, that's where it all goes. It goes right to the gut.
Well, I can tell you, if you're struggling a little bit with that, you're in the gym, working out, not getting those results, check out Mentality. Tim will tell you about it.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
If you're dealing with low energy and low motivation, fatigue, you're tired all the time, weight gain or muscle loss, especially belly fat, you might want to check out Mentality because those are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, and muscle can strengthen. It's Mentality. This your step settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information, or check out mentalityhealth.com/radio for a discount. It's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Sharon's Ladue pool boy disagrees with, I guess, her boss. He's one of the best running quarterbacks of all time. Stupid take.
By me or Sharon?
No, I think just by Keatsman. Because this predates.
Oh, okay.
This predates Sharon.
I wouldn't call him one of the best running quarterbacks, scrambling quarterbacks of all time.
You wouldn't?
Mahomes?
Pretty nifty.
I would say he's an incredible improviser, but I would not say one of his absolute strengths. Top strengths is going to gain you 20 yards. Like Lamar Jackson is a true scrambling quarterback. Michael Vick was a true scrambling quarterback.
Mahomes has had some incredible runs, though.
For sure, but I think you think of him for his throws on the run more so than him like gaining 50 yards on the ground. He's just an incredible improviser. I'm not taking away he's the best quarterback in the league. No questions asked.
Got to bulk up first, then you start cutting and losing a ton of weight during training camp. That could be part of it, too.
Sure.
Going to camp,
you're going to lose weight.
Kind of lean
likely
out a little
in
bit. Busy down the text line. That's brought to you by Air Comfort Service, 399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines will bring you Adam Wainwright at 9 o'clock. That number to call when we don't answer or don't go to the calls is 974-0101. There's also the YouTube chat. Doug is fixated on the conversation there.
I can't see it because there's a speaker between me and the screen up there.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where hundreds have gathered are having a discussion. Is Keatsman the Kevin Slayton of Kansas City? That's from John Scores. That could be a good comp.
I suppose there's a lot of guys with podcasts feel like they have to say something controversial to get their name out there, and so people know the podcast where it is, that he's doing it, and maybe I'll tune in to see what else he's got to say.
Well, you never know what'll happen next on this show.
Boy, yeah.
Just stay tuned.
Wild cards.
Stiefel Dossier brings you Wainwright. It is the Morning After, presented by Brown & Crouppen.
This one's for you, Martin.
Oh, it's a banger. Little kid Charlemagne, maybe later in the day.
Sure.
Wednesday Bangers, that's the theme with Jackson, TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, Doug, The Kurt, Jackson with you till 11 o'clock. Adam Wainwright on the other side of the top of the hour, Doug. Remember that movie, The Other Side of the Mountain? Didn't she crash? She was a skier, and she crashed the other side of it.
Yeah.
Terribly sad. The other side of 9 o'clock, we'll have Adam Wainwright. If you have a question for Wayno, we should allow for that today on the Air Comfort text line. 96646, those are the last four numbers. 399-9646, reading it backwards. Adam Wainwright promoting his event, which is coming up on July 27th. And the reason we get all of these visits, really, Alec Burleson, Miles Michaelis, Stephen Matz, they're all
Big League Impact.
Big League Impact.
And
which
Big League
Wayno,
Bash is coming up July 27th at the factory in Chesterfield.
Wayno said last year, which was his first year retired, that he kind of overcommitted. He was doing a lot of music. He was doing MLB Network. He was doing Fox. So I'm wondering if he scaled it back a little bit. But a lot of the talk early in this show was about Sonny Gray, his availability. You heard Oli Marmol break down why Sonny didn't pitch against the Cubs. Had to do with a rain out and then regiment. So we're going to kind of dig in on that a little bit with Wainwright about regiment for a pitcher, how consistent is that with all pitchers?
Now we'll lead into my question that I had from a few weeks ago about pitchers taking naps before their starts. I want to ask him about pitchers taking naps.
You're going to die on that hill.
That's right.
Questions for Wayno, fire them off. We've got our own. That's coming up next here on the Morning After 101 ESPN, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Oklahoma City Thunder star Chet Holmgren has agreed to a fully guaranteed 5-year maximum rookie contract extension that could reach $250 million. This just in from Shams Charania. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Why does it always time out that our guests are on hold? They got to sit through the break, and then it's always a Jackson update.
It is weird.
And it is kind of...
I think it's our clock management, and their guests are usually at the round number, 9 or 9:30, and that just kind of works out that way.
They're prompt. We're not. Adam Wainwright, the Cardinal legend, on the line with us. It turns out it's a Wednesday with Wayno. It's Martin, it's Doug, it's Jackson on 101 ESPN. Mr. Wainwright, how are you, sir?
Doing great. How are y'all doing?
We are doing just fine. You know, random topic we were talking about, and we shouldn't even give it any oxygen, but this Kansas City host was picking on Patrick Mahomes for having a dad bod, and we're like, I'm sorry, he's a Super Bowl champion MVP. I'm just curious, though, in the room, do you guys get on somebody if they're a little out of shape, or is that banter within the room?
Definitely banter within the room. There's constant, I wouldn't say shaming, but body comparison going on. Sometimes shaming, sometimes challenging, sometimes jealous of, but yeah, when you spend 162 plus, lots of other days, spring training as well, and spending 3/4 of a year with a guy, basically, you see him pretty much every light, like, hey, man, you might want to mix another ab in or two,
Could never say that to Tyler O'Neill. Remember the shape he was in? He ripped his shirt off there once and was flexing on the field after a walk-off.
Yeah, we told him to stop doing so many. Right. Like, hey, man, calm down.
Yeah, that's the other side of it. We are getting close to Adam's big event, which is coming up at the factory July 27th. Are you? Where are we in terms of preps? Are you in the studio? What do you have to do to prep for this event?
Well, I'm down in South Georgia prepping by raising all these kids up. And then I'll get up there to Nashville to work with the team for a couple of days before we head up to St. Louis for the bash. But I've got a couple of little minor shows here and there that keep me fresh and constantly writing and playing new things for the kids and for friends and family and my band is chomping at the bit to get back out there. We've taken a couple of months off for me to be able to be with kids during, Little League and into school and into summer. That we really never had a great summer vacation as a family, and we've done that this year big time. So we've been having fun, and I'll be ready, man. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to get up there to the factory in Chesterfield and perform in front of these great St. Louis music fans and baseball fans, because my best shows every year are in the Midwest area, but especially in St. Louis.
And that event is Big League Bash. It's featuring Adam Wainwright. He's in concert. They'll have Cardinal players there, Fredbirds there, silent auction. All of this is to support the great work being done at Big League Impact. Get online, bigleagueimpact.org. We're also giving away a chance for you to meet Adam Wainwright at that bash at the factory on Sunday, July 27th. Just check out the ESPN 101 mobile app for more details. Cardinals winning last night. They're 10 over at home. They're 5.5 back in the division, a game and a half back in the wild card. As a player, Adam, and I know guys always say, I don't care, I don't look at the standings, but what about for you? How often were you aware of where the team stood?
Well, everybody says they don't care, they don't look at the standings, but everybody looks at the standings. Right. You just can't think about it. It can't affect the way you prepare or go about your business. Because every day you're trying to win the World Series every single day. It's every little part of the process is a part of, whether it's running their sprints or throwing your bullpen or hitting the batting cage or whatever. It's all with one goal in mind, and that's to win the World Series. That's how players have to think. That's what they do think. And that's what the managers and the coaching staff, they're just trying to win that day like it's the most important. So that's why you can't get caught up in the standings. But you know where you're at. You know where you're at. And this team, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens at the trade deadline, because this team is got a lot of really good things going on about them, and they've got a couple of holes that they could definitely fill. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fill that trade deadline with what they've been saying. They are, holding pat or whatever, they're being patient or whatever they're going to be and focus on the future. That's fine. But do they go out there and I read an article the other day that said if the Cards are in the hunt at the trade deadline, they're expected to, Mo's expecting to get the go-ahead to go out and spend. And that's exciting. I mean, I think that's always what the players and the fan base wanted. The core inside the clubhouse, when a trade deadline comes and goes, you want to know that your front office gave you a chance. And sometimes you think you got everything in there. Sometimes you go, man, if we could just have one blah, 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 or one this or that, then we really feel like we could win. And if you get it, then, man, you just take off. And sometimes if you don't, it can be tough the next couple of days after, or it can be a challenge like, okay, all right, let's do it. They believe in us. They believe that this is the unit. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I love the fight that these guys have had, man. That nobody's be honest. Are the Cardinals overperforming based off what they did in the offseason? I would say yes. I think everybody, if they were being honest, would say yes. Am I right?
Yeah, I thought they were about a 500 team, and some were. I mean, if you go by the fan graphs and all those preseason models, I think it was like 76, 77 wins Vegas had, if you were playing the over-under at the beginning of the year. And, you're 6 games over, closing in on the All-Star. I think they're definitely better than people thought. And they have had a comeback ability, which has made them an exciting team. Nobody had Joel Pozo hitting a ball into Waveland on their scorecard bingo sheet at the beginning of the year. So I think they've been more entertaining.
That was fun.
That was fun. Of all people, and I don't know if you've read his story, but he was homeless 4 years ago. He's put in 11 years in the minors. And that is the randomness of a season. You're going to have games where Pozo's the star. But I think people are pleasantly surprised, but I think they're overall frustrated that the bar for the Cardinal franchise isn't a little higher. I mean, I think that's how I would phrase it.
Well, I would tweak that just a little bit. I think if you asked Mr. DeWitt and Mr. Mo and Heim and the rest of the guys coming in, I wouldn't say that the expectations of the franchise are lower. They haven't lowered expectations for the overall good of the franchise. I would say that maybe they have a mindset that what they're doing now is necessary to keep the expectations of the franchise. That's what I would say. And that can be frustrating as fans, because every fan and every player wants to win now. And here, all right, here's some honest feedback. Okay, here's some take it how you want it feedback. Last year, when Tommy Edman was injured, and they traded for Eric Fetty, almost everybody in St. Louis was patting Mo on the back, saying, "I can't believe he was able to pull off to get the starter they needed for an injured player." All right, that's just the facts. I read it a million different times. I saw every different article. Look, it just is what was happening. And recently, I've heard nothing but, I can't believe he would trade Tommy Edman for that. And so I just think as fans and as players and as organizations and whatever, we just have to be honest with, like, how things have happened. Now, I am the St. Louis Cardinals biggest fan, besides being a former player. I just want to keep it real quick. All right. That trade, when it happened, this is just one instance, but that trade, when it happened, everybody was like, oh my gosh, they got what they needed. I remember texting Mo saying, well done, sir. And he was like, I appreciate it. That ended up being what we needed, a good trade. We got Tommy Pham too, and Tommy brought some good energy to the club. But I just am pointing that out because it's hard being a fan of a great franchise when you expect to win every year. It's just hard. Am I right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of times you sign guys, hey, this is a great move, and then it just doesn't pan out. I think with Fetty, the recent frustration was, and I don't blame the player even, he had struggled mightily in 2 starts. I think you can't put him out there Sunday at Wrigley. And we debated this earlier about you could move Sonny Gray's starts around and line him up so he pitches against the Cubs twice. But I would say as a pitcher, when you're struggling, you don't go to the manager and say, hey, don't give me that next start, right? Nobody does that. So it's up to the team to kind of come up with a solution or even say, we're going to skip a start, get you a little breather, maybe the fake injured list, whatever it takes. It's more on at times, it's still up to the player to perform, but doesn't the team have to kind of be more active in like helping a player out when they're clearly struggling?
Well, it's tough because as a player, the only way sometimes that you get out of your struggles is to keep going out there. And there's been a lot of times in my career where I heard the same things, guys going, man, doesn't he need a break or something? But you only overcome some of these things by taking the ball and getting back out there. And it can be tough on a team and an organization, and it can be tough on the player. But really, sometimes the best way, and most of the time, actually, the best way is not a break. It's just to keep getting the ball and keep going out there. The tough thing for an organization is to know when that is the time that actually, hey, look, I can't keep giving you this ball. You're going to have to figure it out some other time. And it's hard to do that because you have players and real personality types inside the clubhouse, and you have real people that you're working with. It's not just robots. You're working with people, and their emotions matter, and their unfortunately or fortunately, sometimes their contracts matter too. But there's a lot of different things that you're working through as an organization, more than just the on the surface, the last 2 games results. And sometimes as a player, you're going to work through that and be better off if you can just keep getting the ball. But that's tough sometimes, I know.
Well, we talked earlier about how they're using Sonny Gray here over the last couple of weeks. They played 7 against the Cubs, and he didn't start any of those games. And Oli was saying it's because Gray has such a strict regimen. They wanted to follow to it. That's what he wants to do. That has to be very difficult for the manager and for the team to not have their ace available at times. How do you handle that?
Yeah, that's tough. I would love to have seen Sonny get the ball during those series for sure. I mean, that he's a potential all-star guy this year. He's been pitching great. I watched him the other day throw that, 89-pitch complete game, shutout, 11 punches. I don't know how you strike out 11 people on 89 pitches. That's amazing for a complete game. So I think I read it's like the second best game ever as a game score in Cardinal history. So incredible performance, but I would love to have seen Sonny out there. Sometimes you got to move the routine around, man. But, I bet Sonny wanted to pitch too. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, and it had to do, there was a rain out against the White Sox, and he had prepared, and then he wasn't able to pitch for a couple days, even though he didn't pitch in Chicago, and then it set a whole chain of events. I saw an opportunity, though, there where he could have been on his 5th day against the Cubs a couple of different times. So that's a whole nother thing. I'm not here to have you do Oli's math breakdown. But in terms of in the room, and it kind of goes back to Michaelis and Fetty, how often are decisions made, and not for somebody's feelings, because it's the big leagues, you got to win. But you also don't, if you burn a guy, let's say the front office or the manager burns a player or kind of humiliates him, then the rest of the room sees that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like how it plays in the room as opposed to fans or media.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. There's a lot of dynamics going on inside there with their decisions. I know that one thing that I can say for a fact is when Oli or Dusty or any of those coaching staff guys make decisions, there's a reason behind it, whether it's the numbers or something they know innately about that player or whatever. There's a reason behind it. And sometimes there's nothing they can do about it. There's decisions that are made above them. But most of the time there's a great reason for it. And a lot of times, the fans aren't in on what that is, and the media's not in on what that is. And sometimes you're wishing that the truth was out there so people actually knew. But a lot of times, man, if fans and media knew what all the things that players are going through during the season, they would be freaked out. You know, like if you'd have known the way my body was feeling for like 3/4 of my career, you would have been like a nervous wreck every time I took the ball. But you didn't know that I could barely, you know, that I blew my back out or whatever, and tweaked had a bulging disc, and I had to get a shot, you know, 2 hours before the game to just go out there and be able to, and I had to hold my breath making pitch. Like, y'all didn't need to know that. You just needed to know that I was going to go out there and perform. And so there's a lot of things you know about and or that you don't know about that you don't need to, or you just go crazy.
And there's probably personal things, too. Tony La Russa used to always say, they're men, not machines. Guys have wives and kids and families and a lot of things. You know, life happens, too, that I'm sure that a lot of people have to deal with.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is all I'm talking about is the different dynamics that goes into coaches and front office decision-making that so many people don't know about. But I'll tell you, it's not an easy, just from the outside looking in, and being on the inside a little bit, it's not an easy process being in charge of such an incredible organization. There's a lot of things that go into it, but it is a great responsibility also. You know, it's a great responsibility to be at the helm of such a storied franchise that the fans will keep you on your toes, will keep you hold you accountable. The media that is fair, honestly, just very fair. I've always respected our media so much for being fair. There's a couple guys that are not fair, but most of y'all are really fair. Do a great job reporting the news and keeping the fans in line, or keeping the fans up to date with what's happening. But it's a wonderful responsibility to be at the helm of something, and I think Oli doesn't take that lightly, Mo doesn't take that lightly, and Mr. DeWitt certainly doesn't take that lightly.
All right, we got a few questions for Adam Wainwright from the text line here. Wayno, did you ever tell a manager that you wanted to come out of a game?
2 times. 2 times I did. In 2017, I was pitching against the Braves at home. And if you go back and look at this game, I was throwing like 82 miles an hour. And I had cartilage issues on the backside of my elbow. And I was flipping like 60-mile-an-hour curveballs in there, and it was so funny. Freddie Freeman, I get a base hit and I get on first base, and Freddie Freeman looks at me and goes, "Dude, are you okay? Like, what's happening with you?" And at the time, I had a shutout going, like a 2-hit shutout going, and I'm like, "Yeah, Freddie, what's going on?" He goes, "I mean, because it looks like you out there on the mound. You're 6'7", looks like you're number 50, but you're throwing absolute salad, and it also doesn't look like you." And so, like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Freddie, what's going on?" So the next inning, I go out to pitch, and I get bases loaded, and I've got Freddie Freeman come up to bat with 1 out, or with no outs. And Mike Matheny comes out to the mound and is like, "Hey, are you all right?" And I go, "Yeah, man, I'm doing great. I'm going to get Freddie. I'm going to throw a 60-mile-an-hour curveball right here. Freddie's going to roll over to first base. We're going to get double play. We're going to get out of this inning." I think we were winning 3-0. And he's like, "All right, this is your last hitter because I can't watch this much longer." So Freddie hits I throw a 60-mile-an-hour curveball, or even 59. He rolls over to first. Goldie touches first. So not Goldie. Somebody touches first. Maybe Carp touches first, throws home. We get the runner out, tag at home, get a double play. Next guy pops up to third, and I walk off the mound. I look at Mike Matheny. I'm like, "What's the big deal? I told you I was going to get out of it." And as soon as I get into the dugout, I go, "Hey, that worked and that was fine, but you need to get me out of this game. I'm like, this is not good." And I had another time the same way. It's, you don't have 25 minutes to hear all these stories, but there's times. There was only 2 times ever where I asked out. And the last game I ever pitched, I didn't ask out, but I didn't not ask out. I got through each inning, each inning was a miracle in itself. And then after the 7th inning, we're winning 1-0. Oli looked at me and goes, "What do you feel? What do you think?" I go, I'm not taking myself out of this game. And in my mind, I was going, you've got to get me out of this game as fast as possible, because I'm going to throw the next pitch and my arm's just going to fly off, and Wilson's going to catch my arm, not the ball. And he looked at me and he goes, I think I'm going to get you out. And I go, I wouldn't argue with you if you did it. And so he got me out.
Ask Wainwright, did he ever talk to Beltran about the big NLCS strikeout? Obviously, you guys were teammates for a couple of years. Did you guys do an event about that or no? Nicest guy in the world, by the way, Carlos Beltran. Absolute polite gentleman.
Oh, he's the pro's pro, best dude. I mean, just unbelievable. His wife or just his family are just some of the best people I've ever met. When we signed Carlos in the off season, I called him. I got his number. I called him. I said, all right, buddy, we got to talk about something. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you. Can't wait to win a World Series with you, blah, blah, blah. Hey, but we need to talk about something. And he goes, okay, what is it? I said, listen, it's going to happen. We're going to get asked about it. What do we do about 06? And he goes, brother, that was a good moment for you. That was a bad moment for me. We should leave it in the past. And we never spoke about it after that.
Fair enough. Is Wainwright prepared for Nate Frazier to run for 1K this season? We're riding with Gunner this year as well. That's Alan Dadeville is a huge fan of the Georgia Bulldogs. It's almost that time of year.
It is almost that time of year. The Bulldogs, you know what? If with better quarterback play last year, the Bulldogs going like a 3 or 4 or 5 Pete, man. They are just so deep, so talented. Yes, I'm ready for it. I can't wait for College game day, opening kickoff here in about a month and a half from now. Very, very excited about it. Can't wait I'm going to take the kiddos up. We got our van souped up. I'm going to take the kiddos up to Athens this year for a big game. It's going to be awesome.
Only a couple more. We got to wrap this thing up. But producer Jackson Burkett has a question. We've debated this.
Yeah, I a couple weeks ago asked some question about starting pitchers napping before the game. Have you noticed that a lot of guys, or you've heard some guys like to take a nap before their starts? Part of their routine is taking a nap.
Yeah, I did it. I started doing that about halfway into my career. I'll tell you why. It was because, and not a long nap. It's a NASA prescribed, I think it's 27-minute nap. I would get the Calm app and I would do a 27-minute nap. And there's a lot of science behind it, that it completely, the right amount of sleep is rejuvenates and completely resets your nervous system, and you go out totally refreshed. And the wrong amount, though, is a total downer. So
yeah,
the minutes are important. The minutes are important. I would take a 27-minute nap on the Calm app about 2.5 hours before the game. After doing a lot of prep, man, a lot of prep, 4 or 5 hours of prep for each game, you're just kind of burned out on it. You need that little nap,
Yeah.
Have you talked to, by the way, Jackson, that's you for the win.
I feel very vindicated. I've heard the same thing. If anything short of 30 minutes is good, and in between 30 minutes and 2 hours is awful, you either take a 2.5-hour nap or a 25, 27-minute nap, and you're good.
Ask Wayne if have you talked to Yachty since video surfaced of him wearing Cubs gear? Have you seen this, by the way? Yachty sporting Cubs gear. I don't know I've seen it. I don't know if there's
a child's team was the Cubs.
Somebody was, so he had to wear the Cubs gear, I guess.
I can speak into that. Now, his son, Wells' team was named the Cubs, but if you look close, he did not wear the hat. He had the shirt on or whatever, but all the pictures I saw, and I talked to him, he's like, yeah, but I can't put on the hat, hermano. I can't do it. He's not putting on the Cubs C. He's like, it's his team name or it would never happen, Yes, I have talked to him about it, and we're all good.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it up since we're speaking about hats. What about the blue hats on the road? Tim, who's out today, has been a big advocate. They bring that back. He wants that to be a regular look where the Cardinals wear the navy blue caps on the road. Where are you with this great fashion debate?
Indifferent, because I experienced both. Wore the blue hat for a long time, and then we switched to the red hat. I think it's kind of cool that you just have like one iconic hat. I think there's something cool to that. When you see that, you know exactly what it is. But I also really like the way the blue hat looks. So I don't know. I'm kind of up in the air. I could be torn either way. Like, I could be talked into either situation.
We're looking forward to the event, July 27th. It's the Big League Bash, Waino Cardinal players. It's at the Factory, which is a great spot. Sunday, January 27th. Big League Bash, supported by Community America Credit Union. You can go to bigleagueimpact.org. More information, ticket packages, and also a chance. We've got a chance for you to meet Adam Wainwright. Do that by going to the 101 ESPN mobile app. Adam, thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me on, and look forward to July 27th at the Factory. Going to have Austin Bohannon and Joanna Cotton with me as well. Brad Thompson, a lot of Cardinal players are going to be there. It's going to be a great night. Thanks for showing up, guys.
All right, that's Adam Wainwright with us here on 101 ESPN. A lot of deep dives. Jackson's nap victory, I believe. I don't even remember the debate that we had.
My question was, I wasn't going to bring up the whole question. My question was, if a guy
is this a clearing the deck topic?
This was MLB logistical questions with Jackson, and it was, if a guy's taking a nap before a start, does everyone in the clubhouse kind of try to be quiet around the area there?
My question is, if it's got to be right at 27 minutes, how do you know exactly when you fall asleep?
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
Or does your app tell you, okay, he's asleep now, and the alarm's going to go off 27 minutes later?
If you wear some sort of wearable tech, I'm sure it's a lot easier to do it that way. Yeah, but I have heard that exact thing where it's like, if it's 25, 27 minutes, that's good. But if you're in between like 30 minutes and an hour and a half, you take like an hour nap, it's bad.
Yeah. I've taken some naps where I just feel awful after a long nap.
My pro tip always, and I've said it for years, right after you wake up from a nap, don't linger, get right in the shower, and that will lock in the rest you just got, and you'll feel refreshed.
You're going to lock it in.
Huh.
I'm telling you, post-nap shower.
What if you're not home when you're napping?
Where else? Where are you napping away from home?
In a car.
The Cardinals dugout.
Napping in the car?
At work.
Napping at work? Like what? Like
I'm sure there are people who take naps
like you just stand. Like
Francesa,
right? You have like your desk, and you like just lie down on your desk like a dead body.
Absolutely, or a couch or something.
Be honest, Doug. While you're at your computer at the Four Fox, you ever like on a long day or whatever, just kind of doze off for a second?
No, I never did.
I've done that.
You did. So you took a nap at work.
I mean, I wasn't trying to. I was kind of like Francesa banging the phone, like, all right, who's next?
You would take a nap sometimes on air.
Bob and the Burrow. Okay, let's go. Okay. Feeling the deck, which is a new addition to the Stiefel dossier. We're feeling the deck. We're not just clearing the deck. Still to come. It is 101 ESPN. The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. They're talking about expansion at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. That is in the works. That's because people have started to figure it out. You want to fly to some really cool places like Las Vegas or Hilton Head, Gulf Shores. Maybe it's Knoxville. That was a recent addition to the Allegiant flights that are coming out of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. They have 7 Florida destinations, including Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, so many spots in Florida. You get there at a great price. And you have the convenience of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Parking lot right in front of the terminal. It's less than $10 a day to park. Easy to get to your gate. 15 minutes. That's the average time from car to gate, 15 minutes. There's no comparison to that these days when you're talking about air travel. Convenience, great prices. People have found out about this. Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. Find out more about the flights that are available. Book online. It's flymidamerica.com. Convenience while traveling. Those are words that are kind of an oxymoron these days. Not at Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. All those great destinations available at flymidamerica.com.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back, cutting down on caves. Listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Burley got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds going
It's almost ripped out of last night's box score because Burley had the go-ahead double, RBI double in the third.
Don't you think this should be playing in the Cardinal clubhouse
while they're napping?
It's a good nap song.
Burley's hit put him up 3-2. Nootbaar homered in the sixth. Donovan tied it. He's scrappy. Tied it with a 2-run homer.
Nootbaar's home run last night was a kind of like an example of what we talked about the other day about not being sure if a home run's a home run because of the way the outfield walls are set up.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Let's take a listen. We have the call. FanDuel Sports Network, Chip Carey on the call, Brad Thompson. The call of Brendan Donovan's 2-run home run that at the time tied the game with the Nats.
And also on the back end is Nootbaar's home run.
Oh, and on the back end is Nootbaar's home
I got both.
Oh, his 10th double. Donovan drives one deep right field. That's an all-star homer. Swing high, fly ball right. Lyle going back to the wall. Leaping try. He can't get it. Lars Nootbaar with a solo home run extends the lead.
You can kind of tell even Chip
couldn't tell.
100% positive.
Yeah.
Cardinals beat the Nats 4-2. Sonny Gray gets the win. He's now 9-3. They're 14-4 when he starts.
Lars leads the team in home runs now with 12. They may not have a guy hit 20 home runs this year.
That's it. Here, I'm gonna
in an era where the home run is everything. That's not good.
It's July 9th.
92 games in, so you're
he's on a pace to hit about that.
Let me get my predictionary out. I got it right in front of me.
You're probably right at 20.
Will the Cardinals have a 20 home run hitter for the season? Doug, you say.
I say, well, there's no direct answer. There's no right or wrong
where's
answer.
My guy Willie? Because he'll heat up.
If you're going by pace, he would be one that's going to get there barely.
So you're saying yes. Yes, the Cardinals will have a 20 home run hitter by the end of the season.
I'll say Wilson Contreras gets there.
I'll say they will. Yeah.
Okay.
So, are you clipping and saving these bold predictions?
But just based on the pace on the rat, it's going to be really close if anyone gets it.
If you guys are interested, predictionary from May 22nd. The question was, will Ryan Helsley be a Cardinal post deadline? Tim said no. Martin and Doug both said yes. This is the value predictionary.
The value.
Save
I'm
receipts.
going to stick with that because I think at the deadline they're still going to be in the hunt.
And then Martin, you said yes on the 20 homer. So you both are yes.
I went specifically Wilson Contreras.
Okay.
We are feeling the deck here in segment, I don't even know, what is this, about 9-1 maybe?
This is 9-1.
9-1 9:40.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock
Absolutely. 9 o'clock hour. The designer email of the day coming up in about an hour here. Fire those off. Pestis, if you're listening, grab a pen. It's the morning after. The morning after at. Now, that's the key. There is the at symbol at InsideSTL.com. Fire off your emails. We'll get to that as we close out the show. Right now, feeling the deck. Jackson's Stiefel dossier. HBO Max is officially HBO Max again. Never understood that. They dropped the HBO to call it Max.
Yeah, why would you do that?
And everybody's like, well, that was like Cinemax. There was a station that was popular, a network, Max.
Yeah, it was always odd.
It never made sense. Why would you drop HBO as such a strong brand?
Absolutely.
This was, Doug, was it worse than the new Coke idea? Or right up there?
Could have been, yeah.
In terms of just names, not like anything like about the service changed, but yeah, the naming wise, it always felt like why would you get rid of something that is synonymous with outstanding television film work?
Especially at a time when there's so many new platforms coming at you all the time. You don't know what you're watching or what you're subscribed to.
You don't want to ever say what's Max.
HBO felt like that was the first one. That was the first HBO and Showtime, I guess, really the first like pay-per-view on your cable system.
Well, and the only other one that rivaled it early on was Cinemax.
Rivaled it only because they'd have softcore porn from time to time.
Well, but they were the two choices, and so now you change your name to the one that sounds kind of like the old rival, Cinemax.
Yeah.
Change it to Max. I hope somebody got fired over that. I never call for people's firing, but I would say on that one, hey, Bob, that was a terrible idea.
It was really.
Yeah, well, you guys shouldn't have listened to me.
Conan O'Brien had a new show out on HBO Max, like a travel show, and he was doing a press run for it. And one of them was the Hot Wing Show, where you eat really spicy wings with Sean Evans, First Week Feast. And he was screaming about why'd they change it to Max. And he was basically like, it makes no sense. He did it in a very comical way. But when you look at HBO, like the way television is made now, they were the pioneers of like hour-long prestige drama television.
Home box office.
Yeah, with Oz and Sopranos, and then it took off from there. Breaking Bad.
I remember back in the day, that was a big thing when you brought in HBO or Showtime to your house, because television didn't have the language and the nudity. It just wasn't there at all.
Right.
This was the first time it came into the house.
Right. Motels used to advertise right on their boards saying like free
We
HBO.
have HBO.
Yeah.
Top HBO show of all time. Jay, I know yours says favorite HBO characters. We'll get to that as we feel the deck. We'll later clear the deck. Best HBO show. I think it's The Wire. And now it's all individual, of course. But to me, it's The Wire.
The
I
Wire
guess
is incredible.
Sopranos.
Sopranos is for me as well, but it's 1-1A with The Wire and Sopranos.
I'd never seen The Wire. What's it about again?
Criminals, drug trade, and how it interacts with different public sectors in the city of Baltimore.
It's basically in a really impoverished Baltimore area. It's a true story. It was a Baltimore...
David Simon.
Who was a news reporter for the newspaper,
Baltimore
and he covered this crime beat and then turned it into a massive show.
It's incredible. It's genius, truly.
It's kind of sad, too.
It's really sad.
To watch these lives play out in the drug trade.
But just like any HBO show, like they're also good at balancing drama, incredible writing and acting, and comedy. Like Sopranos is one of the funniest shows ever. Wire has incredibly funny moments. Succession, incredibly funny. You know,
Curb is on that list, right?
Curb.
That Mount Rushmore, Doug. It's the Mount Rushmore season because we're not quite at college football.
Band of
and
Brothers
NFL
is
football.
just a classic. That's every American should watch Band of Brothers at some point in their life.
If you poll,
and The Wire too for them.
If you ask people that are HBO loyalists, though, do you think across the country what would win? Probably Sopranos.
Sopranos. It's tough.
Because The Wire wasn't for everybody. Sopranos seemed to be
The Wire,
universal.
yeah. The Wire is you grit your teeth more. I mean, because the mafia shows or movies before that you have a huge built-in audience. People love Goodfellas from just a couple years ago when Sopranos came out.
And I always thought The Wire was the prison show. I'm like, I don't want to watch the prison thing. And that was Oz.
Oz, another great show, another tough watch. J.K. Simmons' character in particular. Just tough.
Doug, that was a tough watch.
Yeah, I'm not that entertained by watching people in prison.
Oh, I think I personally, prison movies and like Escape from Alcatraz is one of my favorite movies. I love that movie.
That's because they're getting out of there.
Yeah,
not just their lives in there.
Yeah.
You're more excited because they got out of prison.
Sure, but
It's a better
Oz is a
movie.
great show. It was a huge moment, like in terms of television history. A show like Oz.
Have you ever been in a big prison?
I've been to Alcatraz. One of the
I've
coolest.
done that tour.
Yeah,
one of
I've
the
done
coolest
that,
things.
but there's not
The
people
audio
being
tour.
held there.
No, I've not been to an active prison.
Yeah.
When I worked in Flagstaff, Arizona, I had to shoot some news stories on occasion. So they sent me with the news reporter to the local prison. And so we're being shown around by the warden. I don't remember what the focus of the story was, but I had to shoot it. And I really didn't know much about shooting video. I said I did and got the job. And we're walking across the yard, literally, the yard where we're lifting weights and all that. And the old setup for the cameras, it had what they called the umbilical cord. It connected the camera to the record deck. So you had this deck, like a backpack over your shoulder, and the camera. Well, I got about halfway through the yard, and I look back, the cord, it detached, it fell off. So now I turn around, and I go back to get the cord, and I realize the warden and my reporter are now 50 to 80 yards ahead of me. And I'm just kind of got the head on the swivel. I had a mild panic attack.
Oh, really?
That I was loose in the yard, Doug.
Sometimes something like that,
I survived.
Put a little lead in your pencil, a moment like that. Really.
Lead in your pencil.
It was startling.
I walked a little. You didn't want to panic.
Right.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. Last week we were shooting in San Quentin. Dropped the umbilical cord there, and then I'm like, okay, gotta go.
I played a basketball game in the Moberly prison.
Oh, yeah?
This is back when I was in college, junior college at Merrimack.
Yeah.
Why were you
A friend of a
playing?
friend had some kind of connection with a guy at the Moberly prison who tried to schedule basketball teams to come in and
For
play
sure.
the prison
My dad
team.
would play softball against the prisoners as well. Yeah. Very similar story.
Yeah.
How was their
shanked
game?
going in the lane?
No, everyone was, you would never known that it was anything was wrong. But they had a big crowd. They all came to watch the game.
My dad had the same
What in
thing.
the world is going on here?
He's like, you would think it'd be like weird. He's like, it was just like a normal softball game. It's just like you're surrounded by a razor wire everywhere.
I suppose they
towers.
I suppose the mass murderers weren't in there.
No. Probably a little lighter crime.
I'd be a little concerned that there could be an uprising while you're there.
But one guy,
everybody's got a bat.
One guy brought his girlfriend along for the trip, and they wouldn't let her in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said, no, there's no girls in here.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
That could get a little sideways.
For sure.
We really are feeling the deck. Also in segment 8-3, even though we're in 9-1, even though it's almost 10 o'clock, 5 best cities in the U.S. have been named.
The 5 best?
The 5 best cities. Jackson has this. I do not have it in front of me, so I can
what's the
fire
criteria?
shots.
All right, so there's a popular new ranking of so-called greatest cities. This is from Travel Plus Leisure and their 2025 World's Best Awards survey, which annually asks its well-heeled and well-traveled readers to weigh in on their favorites.
Did you say plus? I think it's travel and leisure.
It says Travel Plus Leisure.
Really?
Ron Burgundy reads what's in the prompter, man.
Isn't it the magazine that's been around
It's
for
Travel
decades?
and Leisure for sure. I read it as Travel Plus Leisure because that's how they stylized it.
Okay.
So is it based on best places to travel? How big a city does it have to be considered a city?
Good question, Doug. For each category, respondents were asked to provide a rating of poor to excellent, travel, and leisure, then calculated the average of the reader's response and gave each city a total score out of 100.
So how big does it have to be a city?
Great question, Doug. I'll read this again, even though it didn't answer the question you asked. So just looking at the top 5, would you say are they larger cities?
Yes, these are.
I'm thinking Palm Beach, Florida. You're not going to be able to beat someplace like that, but is it big enough to be considered a big city?
I would say 2 of them are what would be considered truly like major cities, and then 3 of them are tweeners.
Mid. Okay.
Tweeners.
Austin, Texas.
Not on the list.
Nashville.
Not on the list.
Really? I thought it was going to get cute in there.
No.
It's like I love Chicago, but I would say it's probably not on a travel.
One of these cities is the capital city of the state, if that helps
Denver.
you. No.
Albany.
No. No.
I don't like the list
Denver,
already.
you
Phoenix.
said,
Phoenix, no, but you're in the right
Scottsdale.
region, Doug. You're in the right region with that Phoenix for the number 1
Tucson.
play. In the wrong state, right region.
Albuquerque.
Right
Santa
state.
Fe.
Santa Fe.
Oh, my God. So these are not huge
So that's
cities.
not much of a city.
What do you mean? Santa Fe is not much of a city?
Well, it's not very big.
Gene Hackman died there. It's a great city. It's not very big. I've been there. Santa Fe is
really, it's kind of small. It is the
very
capital,
small.
but
What's
it
the
is
population?
Small. It's saying 89,000. That can't be right. No, Santa Fe County, 155.
Half of them are celebrities.
89, that's about the size of O'Fallon, Missouri.
Oh, it's also the highest city, third highest city in America, sitting at an elevation of 7,198 feet.
That's just fun.
It is fun. So that's your number 1.
Santa Fe was number 1.
Number 1.
Okay, and what was the criteria again? 5 best cities in the U.S. have been named, is what I'm reading.
Yes. They're asking their readers in a survey.
In the Plus magazine.
And then they aggregate the scores.
How about Newport Beach, California?
No, sir.
Okay.
The southern city, Party City, is number 2.
New Orleans.
New Orleans is number 2.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Doug
The list
loves
is
New
meaningless.
Orleans.
New Orleans is trash.
Doug loves New
Dirty,
Orleans.
crime-ridden, awful place. New Orleans, you can have it. I'll never
do
go
you
back
hate
the
your
rest of my
honor?
life.
New Orleans is fun to visit.
For about an hour and a half.
Sporting event.
Yeah.
It's laid out well for that.
Good eats.
I would not want to live there.
No,
God bless our
no.
loyal listeners.
One of my
Anybody
least
that's
favorite
504 listening, we apologize.
And bring the Pelicans home. The number 3, this is a very up-and-coming city, not unlike Nashville, but a little east of Nashville.
Oh, did you say east of Nashville?
But an
Charlotte.
No.
Asheville, North Carolina.
That is number 9.
Is it really?
Yeah,
These
great.
towns are
Asheville's
too
cool.
small.
Asheville's very cool.
I'd like to go to
This
Asheville.
city is not in North Carolina, but
South. Oh.
Charleston.
Yeah,
Charleston's
yeah,
correct.
People love Charleston.
It's awesome.
I've heard good things.
Charleston's awesome. Charleston's very cool. Number 4 is a bordering state to our number 3 city, but would not be the first city you think of in that state.
What?
Is that Georgia? Somewhere in Georgia?
Yeah, there you go, Doug.
Augusta? No, Augusta's
No,
supposedly not much.
probably not.
Savannah.
Savannah.
Yeah.
Well, they got the bananas.
Yeah, got a lot of cobblestone there in Savannah. I've been there. It's
Okay.
cool.
But these towns aren't
That's
any
not at
bigger
all
than
what I was
Palm Beach.
thinking.
You're going to have to bring up all your gripes with Travel Plus Leisure.
Okay, I will.
Plus.
If you've ever been
leisure.
to Newport Beach, California, or Palm Beach, Florida, it's hard to beat these places. I mean, it's just millionaires as far as you can see. Beaches, sun, great weather, clean.
Yeah, number 5 you wouldn't get. It's Alexandria, Virginia, right around D.C. area. Nova, as they might say.
I don't care for your list.
And then this might surprise you, Doug, but behind Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Alexandria, Virginia is Honolulu, Hawaii.
Oh.
The game in at 6. And then rounding out Greenville, South Carolina at 7, New York City at 8, Asheville, North Carolina at 9, and then Chicago, Illinois at 10.
It must be places to travel.
This is travel plus
Well, it
leisure.
should be travel related, clearly.
Yeah.
Asheville's a place you'd want to visit. If you ever get like a men's journal every year, like top mountain towns to go to.
You get a lot of men's journals.
Didn't Asheville get hit hard by the hurricane?
Yeah, big time, I believe. But I've been there pre-hurricane, and it's a very cool. Yeah, it's a cool town. So is Savannah. I really like Savannah.
Friend of the show, Chris Pelican, spent a week in Santa Fe 2 years ago. Good scenery, nothing to do at all. Travel plus leisure. Doesn't know what the blank they're talking about.
No, they don't.
It was very nice. We were only there for a couple of days. What I remember is it's a little town. There's a lot of artsy stuff, as you would imagine. But we went in to eat breakfast, and everybody, you have to like share tables. Maybe that was just that particular spot.
Could be.
But you would look around and like kind of, we'll sit with them over there. They seem a little more tidy, clean.
I think if you're ranking New Orleans as a number 2 city in America, you haven't been to very many cities.
These are the readers of Travel Plus Leisure, T plus L.
Magazine. All right. Plus magazine. Well, I think for party weekend, you'd go to New Orleans. So the standard must be just like fun visits.
Right. I mean, these people, the listeners ranked it, and then they aggregated it.
And you're telling me St. Louis did not make this list?
They only go to the top 10, so maybe St. Louis is
Probably
11.
11,
Well, if Chicago's 10, and we're better than Chicago.
We are?
I have to drop.
Who says we're better than Chicago? Who would say that?
Who would say that, Martin? Someone please say something.
I wouldn't say we're better than Chicago. That's not fair.
I'd say it aggressively, like, hey, we're better than Chicago. That's how I would say it.
God bless it.
Well, we can't find the drop. Can't find it.
I saw the process.
Hold on, I got it. No, I got it. Got it.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
There it is.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
It takes a little luster when I have to take forever
yeah,
to find it.
That was painful. Plus, Jackson was typing it in, and the first thing that came up was Charlie saying, "Hey, it's your side piece." That's the first. You typed in CH.
How's your side piece?
And instead of it being
that was in the Charlie Marlowe section of
the
it.
Charlie folder, which is runneth over.
Yeah, I would say.
We'll take your drops. We'll take your plus thoughts, your travel thoughts. What
are the top 5 big cities? Just for general pleasant places to live.
Honestly, for a weekend in the summer, you're going to get on a plane. You're going to go spend 2 days, stay at a nice hotel, stay downtown. Chicago would be right up there.
Yeah.
Doug's anti-New York, but New York would be fun for a weekend. Bigger cities.
I mean, it used to be San Francisco, but that's a mess now.
For the summer?
So I'm not a big L.A. fan because the downtown is not really part of L.A.
No,
most
such
cities,
a massive area.
Yeah, I'm saying mostly when you go to Chicago, downtown.
Yeah, right.
Even Denver, downtown.
Denver's a good answer for the
L.A.,
summer.
the downtown, which is now run over, that's not really where you hang out. You'd want to go to Venice Beach or over to Malibu.
Denver for the summer, I think, is a great call.
Colorado.
You want to go to like a little bit northern cities like that. Like Chicago is a great answer.
St. Petersburg is a really cool place now.
Yeah,
It used to be mostly old people, and it isn't anymore.
Sure.
And it's really a gorgeous place.
Yeah.
I'm always impressed with Nashville, too.
Nashville's very cool. Yeah. That's great any time of year because
it's a little crowded, though.
Yeah.
But I think that's the draw for some
energy.
people.
Yeah. There's just a certain energy there that you don't feel threatened necessarily there like you do in so many big cities where you worry about walking down the wrong street.
Certainly not on Broadway. There's so many people there.
Doug, does the whole family get on one of those party buses where you pedal for your keg of beer?
And we just go around swinging.
Cowboy hats.
To really show we're having a great time.
That was Feeling the Deck, brought to you by Jackson Burkett here on The Morning After, which is presented by Brown and Crouppen, right here on 101 ESPN.
Bangers only, Martin.
Is that what David Klein was singing when he was caught drunk in Soulard?
Yes.
Cranberries.
Yeah.
Pride of Ireland.
Rest in peace to the great Dolores O'Riordan. There's no, I don't think today was a day.
What were we doing? We were sweeping the deck. We were feeling the deck.
The deck.
So now I feel inclined to clear the deck. Texters had their say about Jackie Paper's list, which was from Travel Plus Leisure.
It wasn't my list.
That you found and shared. Jesus, I used to conduct these same surveys. There's some 25-year-old behind the scenes manipulating the data to ensure T plus L gets the most clicks.
Right.
In other words, you got to be a little bit out there. What, pray tell, is the source of Jackson's inexplicable love for Santa Fe? I think you say you have not been there.
Isn't that where artists go? Aren't
very
artists are in
artsy.
Santa
Sandra
Fe?
Bullock and artists.
Yeah.
I can imagine I would like it a lot.
You know your city's great if you can claim that Gene Hackman died there. I did mention that.
That's just a really skilled vocalist is what it is.
David Klein's been trying to shake that for years, and you jerks won't let it go. NOLA, one of the best food cities in all the land, talking about New Orleans.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It's good. I haven't been there either.
What about Knoxville from John Gruden's Burner?
Been there. Very cool. I strongly dislike the University of Tennessee, so that's tough. But
because of the colors?
Cool. Just everything about them.
Their fan base is primarily, I think,
that
what
would
you're
be the main
focused
thing.
on.
But yeah,
wouldn't you like to ride up on that river to get off the boat and go right to the game? Isn't that the thing they do at Knoxville?
No, I'd rather walk through life naked than wear the power tee anywhere on my body.
You don't have to wear that. You don't have to wear the power tee. Be a Mizzou fan going to the game.
I would love to go. Yeah.
Go to a game.
Although I
didn't say you had to become a Vol Lemming.
No.
I think maybe the state of Tennessee didn't have any professional sports franchises until relatively recently.
When the Titans been the first
30
one?
or 40 years or so. And so over the decades, the college team was everybody's focus.
I think you could say that a lot about the SEC. Not a ton of in the actual area. Like Athens is close to Atlanta.
Bama's king.
Yeah, but there's Bama and Auburn. There's not a ton of pro sports, if any, really, in that area.
The Jerkwood from Kirkwood said earlier, "What's with all the sports talk?" And then they said, "What's with all the non-sports talk?" Why are we even entertaining this little magazine? It's a dumb effing article. It's from Ironhead, who appears to be working at a job site where it's a little muddy.
It's not about the article itself. It's about the conversation that it, cultivates.
Yes, and the list was titled Best Travel Destinations.
I was reading from the New York Post, and they were just citing the survey.
Best travel destination. Well, that would make sense then for places like Honolulu.
The Point also did a segment on this today. Tough day in the biz.
Oh.
Did you get this while down at the little, what do you call that? Restroom, rest area. What do you call it?
Bathroom?
The coffee? No, what do you call it? Where the
kitchen lounge?
The kitchen. But what do you call that? The lounge, employee?
Kitchen. Yeah, kitchen and break room.
Break room. That's what I was going for. Jeez.
I thought you were talking about restrooms.
There's a lot of water cooler talk in there.
Lavatory?
Yeah, I'm picturing you in the break. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Okay. Yeah, we might use that in 8-3.
Yeah, I'm not above that.
Not above that.
No.
Charleston would be my favorite.
Charleston's really cool.
I had a long talk once with Ricky Prohl. It lives in North Carolina, but then has a place in Charleston. Dude, you'd love it. It's the best.
Yeah, I know people who recently moved out of Kirkwood, just right out of the blue, and went to Charleston.
Charleston's super cool.
Mm-hmm. I think my buddy, is it Mike Vintage? He's got 2 kids that live in Charleston. They went to college there.
College of Charleston. Yeah, great hospitality department.
And then stayed there. Sharon and Clayton says Honolulu is trash. New York City with a beach full of rude Asians. That's terrible. You shouldn't say that. Traffic 24/7. Hawaii's worst. You should go to Maui or Kauai.
Yeah, I've heard that before. That Honolulu is not the place you go to. Honolulu is a bustling city, businesses.
City. Yeah.
From Sharon in Clayton.
Well, she's been everywhere, so she would know. We should have just got her top 5 list.
Yeah, well, Sharon or any
From
of the
a St.
listeners
Louisan who's been to these places.
You can send in your 5 favorite cities to travel to in America, and we can critique your ass.
Ann Dowd said Nashville, but on the previous topic, because remember we were talking about prison shows, And then the page just reset while I was reading it. But he basically said, I'm not proud of it, but I've been in prison. If you keep your head down, you're quiet, you're polite, pleasant, you'll be just fine. So we have prison tips being offered on this show, Doug.
Well, you never know when you might need that.
Shut up, Sharon. That's from The Big Show.
I suppose prisons are different, though. There's probably some where it's hard to get away from the real hardcore criminals, and some where they got the white-collar criminals that might not be quite so bad.
Yeah, there's a movie called Shock Collar with the guy who played Jamie Lannister, and that scares me. That's essentially like going in for something small, and then you get caught up in stuff, and now you're a career criminal. A little scary.
At least you get 3 squares.
Good movie, though.
Just turn the skeleton back on. That was at 7:10 a.m. on Tuesday from Ernie Bjorkman. 10:05 on Wednesday. Just turn the skeleton back on. Jesus. That's from Ernie Bjorkman. The skeleton is what plays TMA on a loop, I believe. Is it constantly on that loop?
Yes.
Is that now what's on HD2?
So from the hours of 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Mondays through Fridays, it simulcasts this presentation that we're doing right now on 101 ESPN, and then every waking moment after and before it is playing best of TMA stuff on the loop. And on the weekends, it's 24 hours.
The Big Show says Noblik, Dittmer, Hayti, Union, Hannibal. So now we're doing the ranking of top 5 travel destinations in the state of Missouri. We did have a Cardinal win last night, 4-2. It was a late game because of 2-hour-plus rain delay. Cards beat the Nationals, Sonny Gray, now 9-3. A lot of talk in the first hour about Sonny Gray not lining up to face the Cubs. Oli Marmol explained that. Maybe worth revisiting, Jackson, because I think it was such a hot topic when they struggled at Wrigley Field. The Michaelis mess on Friday, and then Fetty blown out on Sunday. And all indications are Fetty will not start this weekend, but Michaelis is going to start Thursday night against the Nats. And this was Oli Marmol explaining why Sonny Gray, in fact, didn't start against the Cubs in any of those 7 games. This was on KMOX on Tuesday.
Part of it is keeping him on a routine that allows him to continue to take the ball all year. Ideally, I'd want to take as many starts again. I mean, the guys were chasing, and when you look at when we were playing the White Sox, that rain out game that he was supposed to pitch, because of how he does his routine and he ramps up, we weren't able to pitch him the next day. So it pushed him 2 days, which then if he stays on schedule to be able to do what he normally does in between starts and stay healthy, and it pushed him out of that Chicago series and then the following one as well. So I hated it. What wasn't ideal by any means, but us getting rained out while playing the White Sox kind of pushed everything away from how we would have typically done it. So a lot of it has to do with just making sure that this is a real regimen he's on, and he's felt good all year. And in order to keep that true, then we have to stick to it. But the rain out kind of jacked everything up.
Base hit.
So
Wainwright seemed to indicate, too, he thought that he should have taken the ball and pitched in one of those Cub games.
Did he not? He didn't call him out. He said, I kind of wanted to see him pitch against the Cubs as well. So you had 7 games over a week and a half against the first-place team. Sonny Gray, your top pitcher, did not start any of those games. And what Oli was walking you through was that White Sox series on Wednesday, June 18th, a couple of weeks ago, when he was supposed to pitch. They got rained out. Next day, they had a doubleheader. We all sort of assume, Sonny will pitch one of those since he didn't have to pitch Wednesday. But because of his intense regiment getting ready for that start, they bumped him back to Saturday, June 21st. My question then was, why didn't he pitch 5 days later, Doug? Every 5th day. Is that not the expression we use about pitchers?
Yeah.
Every 5th day. So June 26th was a game against the Chicago Cubs. Andre Pallante started. You could have used Gray there, unless there's something I don't know. It was Pallante's, quote, turn. But if you had done that, then Gray would have pitched against the Cubs at Busch Stadium on the 26th. He would have pitched in Pittsburgh July 1st. His next start would have been Sunday night, July 6th at Wrigley Field. That's the part I don't understand.
Yeah, since it doesn't make any sense, I hope there's some reason that we don't know about, that, something personal happened or he's got some injury that needs a certain amount of rest. I don't know, maybe we're making excuses for him. I don't know. But it does seem odd that the pitcher gets to tell the manager when he's going to pitch and when he's not going to pitch.
Yeah. I understood the first part of it, that whole White Sox thing, and him telling you, I can't go for a day or two, and you're like, well, okay.
Right.
But then it all would have lined up after that, still would have lined up to face and both times it would have been the series finale against the Cubs, the 4-gamer at Busch, and then the night game at Wrigley on Sunday night. Nonetheless, they get the win last night. They're 14-4 when Sonny Gray starts. I think the stat with Fetty and Michaelis, they're like 10 games under. So you think about that. That's a dramatic swing.
Yeah.
You basically have a 1 and a 2, let's just say. Sonny Gray's a 1, Liberatore's a 2. Palante's kind of a 4 as you slot your starting pitchers. You don't really have a 3.
Yeah.
I guess Palante at his best could be a 3. And Michaelis and Fetty are not, at this point, even 5s. That's the problem.
Right.
As you break down that rotation.
Do you think you could use a Newt Barr or Burleson as trade bait to get?
I think you say to pitch.
No.
And Burley, I think, is his ERA 0?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, same with Hampson. He got through him.
Didn't you ask Burley if he wanted to pitch? And he said no.
No.
He gave you the Francesa.
No, I'm not saying pitch Burleson or Newt Barr.
Didn't you ask him, though? And he said no?
Yeah, if he wanted to, because he was a good pitcher in college.
Right.
I just wonder if one of those two guys could possibly be trade bait for a number 3 guy in a rotation. Would they bring back that much? I'm not sure they would.
That's what I hate about the whole buyers-sellers thing, because what are you selling?
Right.
And who's buying?
Yeah, someone who you're really high on.
I'm not saying you'd want to trade those two. I'm saying those are two that you could trade and have a replacement, and their contracts aren't restrictive to other teams, and yet they would still have some value, obviously, on the market.
I think that's the question: is what could you get in return?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how many teams would give you a top flight pitcher for guys, if we're being honest, average outfielders.
Right. Depends on who would be doing the trade and what their desperation level is.
Yeah.
Injuries pop up. There could be a couple starters who get injured or a couple outfielders who get injured, and that changes things dramatically.
Put some peppy in it. Time to tap into Matz into the rotation. And I think they've talked about, then you lose him as a bullpen piece, but also I heard Oli say, well, these guys, you can't just make them starters. You got to stretch them out.
Takes a little time.
But what we've talked about is the piggyback start.
Love a piggyback, Doug. I also love Design Air, Doug, and you know a lot about Design Air, don't you?
Yeah, they don't piggyback on anybody. They do it themselves.
Absolutely.
They don't need to piggyback on some other heating and cooling company because Design Air has been around since 1904. I think they've got things well under control, more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy, whether it's your air conditioner that needs work this time of year or your furnace in the wintertime. They're not just another HVAC company. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. Seth Goldkamp is the guy in charge, name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. I think all of us here on the dais have used Design Air. We can tell you these are top-notch people, and they do fantastic work for your HVAC system. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air Comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman.
Here's a reasonable take that agrees with what's going on with the Cardinals. In this day and age of the pitcher, injuries are coming fast and furious. You almost have to listen to the pitcher. Let them dictate when they can go, especially if that pitcher is as valuable and as expensive to your team as Sonny Gray is. In other words, if you say, just get out there, son, and then they're injured.
Oh, certainly. If they're injured, you're not going to put them out there. But if you're on full rest and you're not injured, just because he doesn't want to pitch a certain day, and we don't know that that's the case, yeah, if you're injured, then all bets are off.
Burley would have been attractive to other teams, always been an advanced metrics golden boy. He's shown the ability to play some good outfield and good first base. I don't think they want to trade him.
No, I don't think they want to at all.
No, but I think
I'm saying if you're talking about somebody that you could potentially replace, hopefully with a Jordan Walker someday, or with some of the other first-round picks you've picked in the last couple of years that are outfielders, that could be a guy. And you got Hampson sitting there who needs at bats.
Hampson. Maybe they want great pitching against cupcake teams just to up the trade value. Wouldn't that be interesting? Except he doesn't want to get traded at last check.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's been asked of late. No, I don't think that.
Every team in the major leagues knows who Sonny Gray is, regardless of who he's getting the wins against.
The game he threw against Cleveland, the 89 pitch complete game shutout with one hit. I mean, that, If you were ever wondering, like, boy, does Sonny Gray still have it? Yeah, right there. It was like, yeah, it's one of the best pitching performances of any season that most pitchers ever have.
Jim Edmonds' tractor mechanic has weighed in. I didn't know Jim had a tractor mechanic because I didn't know the tractor was actually getting used.
You think he's working on it himself?
It's for show.
I just think the tractor sits there a lot.
Aesthetic purposes.
This is as easy as it comes. Sonny ducked the Cubs twice. His last 3 starts were against the Guardians, Pirates, and Nationals. They're saying that he didn't want to face the Cubs. I don't think that's true.
My dad texted him what I think is a important point that the Cardinals have been doing.
Call in, big man.
Pitching on the 6th day this year, and with that's with the open days, and when they don't have the off days, they bring in that 6th starter, hence the 6-man rotation that they've talked about.
And that's part of why Sonny didn't face. That is, they inserted McGreevy into that Cubs series.
Right.
I would argue, yes, okay, and maybe they're saying we're married to it, but they do the 6th day, as mentioned, every once in a while. He had the 9-day gap.
Yeah, right.
And then after that, I'm saying, can we use you on 5 days rest for your next 3 starts? Is that a reasonable request? And apparently not. Text line is brought to you by Air Comfort Service. 399-9646. And by the way, I mentioned Jim Edmonds, tractor mechanic. You can put in a name if you wish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get a lot of folks today, the 314, the 573, the 217.
Get a name in there.
If you want a name for your text coming in, you can get that done this week only. It's always at the beginning of the month. Jackson's extended it from last week into this. Or if you want to change your name, and he is judge and jury.
Yeah, that's right.
He will decide.
Just because he asked doesn't mean you get it.
Callie and Thompson phone lines. You're at Adam Wainwright in the 9 o'clock hour, 974-0101. You can always go back and listen. It's the
Schaefer Door Company podcast, man. Absolutely.
Michelob Ultra has the YouTube chat. We've got cameras up here brought to you by Air Alliance. The Stiefel dossier has our clearing the deck, feeling the deck, scrubbing the deck. People are suggesting other names for it. All together, you have what is known as the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. If you are in the market for flooring, Michael's is the place you want to go. igotfloored.com is the website. The locations are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Michael prides himself in making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and then that happiness is passed along to the customers, and that's why they've continued to grow through the 31 years that Michael has owned and operated Michael's Flooring. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game on TMA and has been for our 20-plus years. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win last night. Back in action tonight with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch against the Washington Nationals with Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Bangers. Jackie, can you please confirm whether or not my name has been changed to Healthy Scratch? Looks like they don't have a name in there. Here's your chance, Healthy Scratch. Jackson, can you please list my name as Spaghetti Jones? That's from the 314. Sure. Jackson, big fan. How about that? Sucking up will get you
further than you think.
Hi, Jackson, big fan. Update my name, please, to Uncle Brendy.
And he was, and look at that. Immediately, it's been changed to Uncle Brendy. So
another request. Did he go to the front of the line when he said big fan?
Maybe.
Another request to have my text name to be Doug's Bunion Blister, because I think Doug's Bunions is already taken.
You don't get blisters with bunions.
It's just like the shape of your feet get a little messed up, right?
Right. I guess the tendon maybe gets stretched too far.
It's a little crooked.
Becomes inflamed.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, long-time listener. I wouldn't say I love the show, but I like the show. I think that's fair. I've texted in a few times. I would like my name to be Tommy Boy.
Sure.
From the 636.
Who would want their name to be Healthy Scratch? Isn't that the last thing you'd want to be is a healthy scratch? It's like the coach says, so how you feeling? Good, I'm great. Take a seat.
Yeah,
you're
be
healthy?
The best.
Okay.
We were just debating if athletes, some of them just don't want to get out there. I say, what are you known for? Being a healthy scratch.
Yeah.
A longtime listener wouldn't say I love the show, but I like the show. I kind of like that honesty. I'm being censored by Martin. That's from Clemens Vayukas IV, who should have enjoyed Dr. Shavitz last night because we got into a little Billiken basketball talk. I think that segment is posted at fox2now.com. Why is Doug white knighting for Clemens so hard? That's a previous...
White knighting.
That's a previous... And so Clemens knows you were not... being censored at all. Nobody's being censored on this show. But if you text in Jackson big fan, you jump to the front of the line. The real mystery of this show is there's very few guests, although people say way too many, like one every 3 hours. And there's very little content, Doug. But yet we're always behind.
Right.
It's unbelievable. And with that, we need to take a break. But first, a word from Tim.
That's 100 West Dental, located on Manchester in Baldwin. No phone call is needed to get in. You can just go to 100westdental.com, check the calendar online for availability, and then you book right then and there with a very procedure-specific approach to dentistry. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a big offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Just go to 100westdental.com. On the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com.
And fire off those emails. The Design Air email of the day coming your way at the end of this hour. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. You're listening to TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's a big hour for Jackson. A lot of people texting in regarding their name change, and a lot of people sucking up to Jackson. This is sort of a new twist in the arc of this show.
I like it.
Let's see.
I even looked at the text line a little.
Jackson, you're almost as cute as Tim. Please change my name to Doug's Giblets.
Giblets or giblets?
It's with a G. I don't know.
Well, that's the liver and gizzard, right? And the heart, the neck.
You ever had a corn niblet?
Is that just a piece of corn?
I think it's like the kernels, like a corn off the cob kind of situation. Some niblets.
But Jackson, you're a gentleman and a scholar. I love your D-bag takes on movies.
Thank you.
Go. So there's a compliment.
And no name change request. That was just like a
random shout out. This is a big hour for you.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, you guys are all just great. Keep up the fantastic work and stay peachy. That's from Dan, who's big and blonde. Jackie Papers, thanks for always running a tight board. Can you confirm that my name change is Doug Swollen Infield Nuts?
No.
Well,
one name we're not going to change is Collier and Thompson because it's been around since the 1950s. Wouldn't want to change that. They are very proud of that name and the reputation they've built over the years. 165 plus years of experience for all of the employees there. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners. Have been around at that place for more than 20 years now apiece. They just know how to get it done for you. If you lived in the same home for 10, 15 years or more, never maybe completed a home remodel, it's time for an interior home remodeling job. Don't make the mistake many others have made. Let Collier and Thompson do it the right way. The first time, you'll have a kitchen, a new bathroom, a man cave, a basement, many other remodels that will last a lifetime. These are the people that do it right the first time. They've got carpenters and subcontractors that have been around a long time. They know what they're doing. Best in town at what they do. And it's a place you can trust. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available for you. Here's a customer review right now. It's from, Mark M. All construction completed on time. Workers were extremely friendly, cleaned up and vacuumed every day they were here. Overall, very good experience. Owner came out at the final inspection, noticed a little nick on the door, and ordered a new one right there on the spot. Extremely friendly people, great customer service, and very much attention to detail. That's what you can expect from Collier & Thompson. That's what they've been serving out since the 1950s. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Justin here, longtime listener, texter. I want to be known for my initials. That's JAM. That'd be Jam. Please and thank you. You all rock. You should see the back and forth going on with Jackson. Some of these people, you're pure class. Then he sends them a note and they go, see, told you, pure class. Fluffing the deck? No, we didn't do that. We cleared the deck. We cleared the deck.
When I say that, are you like people and you gentlemen here? Are you imagining like a ship?
I am.
And getting rid? I always thought of it as like the deck
slideshow.
Like in blackjack, how you don't go to the table until I guess they call it a shoe until the shoe is out. That's why I think of like clearing the deck.
I don't like that word for cards. A shoe.
Well, because it's more than one deck. I think.
So why would that make it a shoe?
I think the actual apparatus is called the shoe.
I know, but why?
Why?
Damn it, why?
Well, once you understand, like, all words are made up, and it's easier to accept things.
Yeah, but the shoe's that word has been around for hundreds of years. It should have a purpose to it.
Yeah.
We shouldn't just call anything a shoe.
Do you have a shoehorn, by the way?
I used to. I don't anymore.
With the long stick on it, too, because you couldn't possibly reach all the way.
I kind of love them.
A shoehorn?
Because I give myself a flat tire when I put my shoes on because I don't untie my shoes afterwards.
I give myself a flat tire.
That means the back of it's flat?
When you were a kid, when I was a kid, we call it giving a flat tire. You step on someone's back their heel and we call it giving them a flat tire.
Oh, okay.
It got the name shoe because the earliest version resembled a woman's high heel, Doug.
Oh, that makes sense. Great call, Chairman.
Then it should be called, here's the next heel.
The heel's not bad. Shoe heel.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said Doug's a grumpy queen today.
How was that different from every other day?
Right. Well, I think you're great, Doug.
I don't think this is a sports program or a nonsense show. It seems to be just a barrage of ad reads interrupted by Martin vamping.
I love the term vamping.
Also, my new name, I'd like it to be the Caseyville Cracker Barrel Dumpster.
Okay. It's a little specific.
All right. Are we in 10-1 or 10-2?
Yeah, 10-1.
So we're in 10-1. So we got to still manage the clock a little better. I blame Jackson.
It's on me.
Even though he's a delight.
Thank you.
I'd like to be named Holiday's ear moth. Is that one taken? Shameless plug. Matt Holliday tonight on the 2 Fox, 10:30, talking about Jackson Holliday in the big leagues now. Ethan Holliday about to get drafted. The fact that Matt actually went in the 7th round. They thought he was going to play college football. But he said it was still kind of hurtful. He said he sat around all day. He said it wasn't televised. He said I just kept waiting for the phone to ring. It's in 1998, prior to all the social media. And he said it actually was kind of a sad day. Think about that. You're Matt Holliday, ended up being a borderline Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
And on draft day, nobody calls.
It still bothered Pujols deep into his career that he was picked in the 13th round. I think that's an indication that you just don't know about kids that age. Some that are 17 and 18 grow a couple inches and put on 30 pounds of muscle, and some don't. Some don't ever get better physically, and some get a whole lot better. And it's hard to know, even for people that do it for a living and study it. Because just looking at Matt Holliday, he looks like he'd hit the ball 450 feet every time he swung the bat. So
I think they thought he'd play college football, but still, I think he said he'd heard from some teams, then they didn't call. Nonetheless, Jackson says he runs a tight board. Late for a break here. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. The Morning After here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin had to jet to tend to something. He's all good. Don't worry. Tim on vacation. Me, Doug, and the chairman are sitting here. Doug, the chairman, and I. Me, Doug, the chairman. Chairman, education. Is that me, Doug, chairman?
You're last, and it would be I.
Yeah, right.
It would be Doug, the chairman, and I.
The way to best tell is to eliminate the other subjects in the sentence. And if you would use I, use I, use me, use me.
Yeah, you taught me that trick a few years ago, and I was
Well, it's
really
nice
helpful.
that we could iron that out.
Yeah, my dad gets really upset as an educator himself when I get that wrong. So just trying my best out here.
And when you get it wrong, does he say, go and get your switch?
He said, come get your whooping. For our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, we are giving away some tickets to Major League Pickleball. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of 4-day passes for Major League Pickleball, sponsored by Stella Artois, next Thursday, July 17th through next Sunday, July 20th, and that's at Chaffetz Arena. It's hosted by the St. Louis Shock. This event will be the largest indoor pro pickleball event ever. 101 listeners can also get a special discount on single-day and 4-day tickets by using the code WXOS. You can find out all the details and the bonus chance to win free tickets for Major League Pickleball at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. We'll be giving those tickets away for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which will be on the other side of the commercial break. But before we do that, Tim's going to tell us about our title sponsor. That's Brown and Crouppen.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, and they have been for a couple of years, and we're very grateful for their support. If you love this program, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game, and Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. They are local. They are committed to St. Louis. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979, and they are still here supporting the community and taking care of their clients. Brown and Crouppen knows that if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who knows the local area and the local legal environment. That's what they specialize in. It's Brown and Crouppen, committed to the St. Louis area, having just recently built brand new offices on the Hill. The number is 314-222-2222, or you can go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
All right, we're going to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the other side of the break, and then BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight with a 6:45 p.m. first pitch against the Washington Nationals with Andre Palante toeing the rubber for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back, folks. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. We're going to be doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today here in just a moment. We'll be giving away 2 tickets for the Major League Pickleball 4-day passes for the Major League Pickleball event coming here the 17th to the 20th at Chaffetz Arena. Find out more details on the 101 ESPN app. But before we get to email today, Tim's going to tell us about one of our friends, James Carlton.
961.
James Carlton, one moment. Tim's going to tell us about James Carlton.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. Go ahead, Tim.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has 425 5-star reviews when you type his name in Google. That's James Carlton, State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. They are local, and you call 314-961-4800 during business hours. You are going to talk to a live person with James Carlton's team. You are not talking at a call center. You are not talking to somebody who doesn't know you or your family's policy. How important is that? How nice is that? How old school is that? That's the customer service that separates James Carlton from the rest. And in addition, James Carlton has saved TMA listeners thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves, online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800.
All right, Doug, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Hey, TMA B team. I would like to apologize for my text the past 2 days if I have made a clerical error in my math on your record being 0 for 6,241. I did some quote-unquote Doug-type math and considered 24 years of service, and that's where I came up with my number. So I am sorry. Wait, not really, but glad to hear my text get read on the show this morning. Honestly, though, you guys win my heart every day as I subject myself to your nonsense habitually. Martin, you always make me chuckle when you pull off a snipe from the show snippet of the show from the 2 Fox in the evening. My family looks at me like I'm crazy, confused at what would be so funny. Who understands this show anyway? To conclude, I do miss Tim. Why would he pull a Doug vacation when we need him the most? After all, hand it to the little guy because he can't reach it. That's just not fair. Later, boys. That's Fastlane U, Phil of the 618.
Phil of the 618.
Today's show. 1 hour slap and tickle with Whispering Martin, like he read somewhere not to talk with a loud voice on AM radio. 1 hour faking excitement about a Cards team we all know can't go anywhere in the playoffs with this currently constructed pitching staff. 1 hour of outdated drops and not even good oldies, Jackson. 1 hour Wayno interview so you could all take a nap. Thanks, Doug. Your thick hairline is carrying the show. And barely 9 minutes and 42 seconds of Tim's voice. I'm not going to make it. Patiently waiting. Have a good day, boys. That's from the Salty Bald Dad, Brittany.
Salty Bald Dad, Brittany.
Hello, all. Firstly, we must talk about the worst blown call of all time. Here I was writing an email, not for myself, but for the people. The robbery occurred, was blatant, and the win went to someone like the Minnesota Twins in the AL Central. Some crap team has to make it just like a summary of yesterday's meaningless show gets the dub. Tim would not have stood very tall for this. That's the second one, just unfair.
God, no, it really isn't.
B team. I will say I have a weighted system on what I consider a good show. It's not your fault that not much happened yesterday in the sporting world. I will say it is your fault to bring up an article about 5 cities, and which one being New Orleans. New Orleans is straight up Festus Fats that just are straight up transplants. I'm sure you could even find one blind man who calls into the same show asking about the email that's repeated so many times. Like the Cards, I'm going to give you a B-. Cheers. That's from Average Size Shaboingas.
Average Size Shaboingas.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Gosh. Someone has to win?
Yeah. Yes. Someone gets to win.
Okay, just because I kind of like his name, I'm going to go with average size Sheboygas.
Chairman?
Yeah, they were all terrible. I was going to vote the same way as Doug, but to make it interesting, I'll go with the Phil guy.
Yeah,
I like
the 618.
Fastlane you, Phil of the 618.
Lucas.
You have won Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day and Major League Pickleball tickets. Okay. That's going to do it for us today, Doug. Another quality program in the books. We'll be back tomorrow, same crew, talking it over. Cardinal game tonight. That'll be tomorrow on 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. For Doug Vaughn, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Tim on vacation. I'm Action Jackson. You've been listening to TMA on 101 ESPN.